All right. Good afternoon. How is everyone doing? Let me let me pull a different fight and put on the G soundtrack. There we go. Turn that down a bit. That's quite loud. All right. I've actually been wanting to do this for a while. So obviously I'm a little bit late. I know. It's I had stuff to do over the week, so I didn't get to do 10th anniversary on the 10th anniversary. But we have a lot to get through, and I'm going to make up for it by going for several hours and covering everything all at once. Don't you worry. Man, 10 years, huh? So I'll be honest, up front, like, I haven't been playing the game for 10 years. I was around at the start, but I definitely don't have 10 years worth of memories to talk about. Oh, hello. Gifis97, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Just in time for the beginning. So, where do we begin? Let's just start from the very beginning. All right. So it's, I want to say like June 2011. Begin here. All right. So before we begin today's stream, I'd like to give a big shout out to today's sponsor, Strictly Broken TCG. We've just got Clan Selection 1 up on the site, ready for purchasing. And if you'd like to buy any Clan Selection singles, you can do so at strictlybrokenTCG.ca using code SBTCGYellowcard for a discount at checkout. Thank you very much for supporting the stream. So with that out of the way, let's get right into it. And we'll talk about my journey first. You didn't get one? We'll get there, we'll get there. But the story does actually begin in 2011. So it's like June, July 2011. I just finished like school for the year. Yeah, I just finished like my first year of A-levels, which is like, it's like the second to last year of high school for Americans and the last year of like college or sixth form for the Brits. So I just finished that. I've been playing Magic and Pokemon for about a year and a half now, competitively. Like, actually, no, it was July, end of July, because it was like a week after Pokemon Nationals. And I had just gotten destroyed at Pokemon Nationals. I finished with a 4-3 record to come top 32. I finished top of the 4-3s. But also, I was nowhere near top cut. So, yeah, I just finished getting Shrek'd in Pokemon Nationals. And I was online, chatting to some friends, and they were like, hey, there's this new card game coming out called Cardfight Vanguard. It's in Japanese, but, like, I found some translations. Do you want to check it out? So, we looked at, we managed to look at the cards, look at the effects, learn the game through like reading the Japanese rules text, and we're like, this is decent. It's not as good as Pokemon, but it could be a fun like side game, like a casual other game. So we had that going, and then what's my coloring a bit here? Nope. There you go. So we were like, I like this game. We like this game a lot. It could be fun to like just play in between rounds at like Pokemon events. So we got into it, and around like August timeframe, BTO 3 had just come out, and my friends and we split some boxes. Was it August? Let me double check. I feel like it was August 2011 was when BT3 came out in Japanese. Am I right? Yeah, early August 2011. The set had just come out, and we were enjoying it. It was decent, it wasn't amazing. We were splitting some boxes, and I ended up building Oracle Think Tank, Tsukiyomi. And it wasn't complete, I only had like 2 PGs, I only had 3 of the grade 3 Tsukiyomi, whereas my friend had like, I think he had fully built Tachikaze. And this was back when you could like splash like clans, like there was no clan fight. He was playing like Tachikaze with like Void Masters and Dragonic Overlord. Like he had all the good stuff. I had literally just like pure Tsukiyomi, which wasn't it couldn't like there was no way Tsukiyomi was gonna live up like fight against Tachikaze. And plus remember 2011, I was only like what 16, 17. Like I wasn't very good at the game, so. I didn't know how to like memorize my stat. I didn't know how to like dig and like remember where my heals and crits were. I wasn't very good at it. But yeah, it was a fun game. It was a thing to play that wasn't Magic or Pokemon. And I think like December? I think it was December. But basically, not long after that, not long after the BT03 release, we got the announcement that Vanguard would be coming to English. And I remember being like, yes, I can like share this game with all my friends, and like, because I had a bunch of friends that didn't play Pokemon and didn't play Magic, but they played Yu-Gi-Oh! And they were looking for a different game to play. What the hell is this? I don't want to do this. Sure. So, I was told, like, hey guys, like, Vanguard is the same size as Yu-Gi-Oh! Sleeves, it's a better game than Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, let's get into this instead. And they're like, yeah, cool, I'll look at this. And then it came out, BTO1 came out in English. I think this was December 2011. Pretty cool. A friend of mine got into it, and I was playing against them with BTO3 Tsukiyomi, which, this was now, like, BTO3 Tsukiyomi was better than BTO1 deck. Like, they were playing, like, Overlord TDs, Blaster Blade TDs, and I was, like, at this point, I'd started learning to play the deck a little bit better, and I was, like, able to, like, dig through my deck and go, oh, look, I double crit you exactly when I thought I would, sort of stuff. And I then found out that you couldn't play Japanese cards at English events. And that was like, huh? Like, I spent like, £100 odd on JP Tsukiyomi at the time. And for like, for a teenager, who wasn't even in university yet, that was a lot of money. And to be told like, yeah, no, like, it's worthless, you can't use these, like, sorry, go buy. I was like, what the hell is this? This is awful. I don't want to like re-buy all my cards. So in a fit of rage, I quit. And I was like, I don't want to play this anymore. So I sold my Japanese Tsukiyomi deck to someone that was willing to buy, and I was like, I'm done. I'm done. No. So I left Vanguard, focused really hard on Magic and Pokemon. Actually, I ended up dropping Pokemon after 20... Actually, I dropped Pokemon at 2013, so it was a while, yeah, but like, Magic was the focus. I went to going to GPs and all that. And that was it. Like, I literally forgot about Vanguard, like, completely. I had 6 months of the game, and I was like, done. Nope. If I can't, I don't have enough money to re-buy the cards. I don't want to keep playing, but I can't. So no, I'm just not gonna, like, I'm done. And so fast forward 2.5 years, like mid 2013, 2013 or 2014. I want to say 2014. What year was Invaders and Defenders Team League? 2013, right? Someone tell me out here. 2013, 2014? Invaders versus Defenders, Nouvelle, Chaos? 2014? Alright. So it's 2014 Team League. And at that point, so in 2012, I had gotten into Weiss. Because I'd gone to university and I met some friends playing Weiss, and I was really deep into Weiss. So I'd already been playing, like, there were events in 2013. So the 2013 circuit was called Neo Showdown. And I remember that clearly because 2013 was when you could still use Japanese cards in an English level event. So I remember 2013 Neo Showdown for Weiss Schwartz up in Glasgow. Me and my friend are sitting there. My friend from Singapore who taught me Weiss. He's got max rare Japanese Love Live, which is one of the best decks in the game at the time. And I've got, high, not max, but high rarity Japanese Angel Beats, which was the other best deck in the game at the time. And everyone else in the hall is like, Sword Art Trial Deck, Sword Art Trial Deck, Madoka Trial Deck. And it was like, we came like second and third respectively. No, he came first, I came third, and some other guy playing a Sword Art Trial Deck came second. Yeah, so that was my first experience with Bushiroad events. I was like, oh, this is cool. Like, I'm okay with this. I can see myself traveling to Bushiroad events as well. Because I'd already had experience traveling to events. I've been to Pokemon Nationals, I've been to Magic GPs, I've been all over Europe for circuits and other games. And the Bushiroad ones, even though they were smaller, they were more like warm and friendly. Like, like kind of people knew each other. You had like pockets of, like, when you step into a Magic GP hall and there's like over 1,000 people in that hall, there's always like, go back to this. this is a good. I like this. I'm gonna put this on loop. So 1,000 people in a Magic Ball. You have pockets of like 3 or 4 friends that are there together, and that's it. They'll play matches against other people, but people don't like congregate, and groups don't really mix because there's just so many of them. Whereas in like a Bushiroad event hall, you only have like 200, 300 people, and the groups there that know each other are like 10, 15 people together, right? So you have this group of like 10 people that all know each other, and then other stragglers just end up sitting in that circle. So you'll end up like mixing like groups of like 10 to 15 people. These 2 groups of 10 mix to become one big group of like 20, 30 people, and then you'll be like, oh yeah, we're from the Birmingham lot, we're the London lot. And it's like this willingness to like just break the barriers and just like interact more. Something I've literally never seen outside of Bushiroad games. I'll give them credit for that. So yeah, I really enjoyed the Bushiroad tournament circuit in 2013. In 2014 was the team league, and I said to my friends like, hey, there's another Weiss event. Let's go play in this Weiss event. And I remember this distinctly because 2014 Team League, the UK's Birmingham 2014 Team League was so huge, the queue was so massive, they had to split the event into 2 blocks. It's one of the few, and I think one of the only times in Europe we've ever had to have a block A and a block B for an event, because literally the venue, the tournament hall, like they were just booking out like a hotel function hall, literally wasn't big enough to hold everyone. So it was like they started around like pod 1 at like 10 in the morning, and people have been queuing from like 8:30 in the morning. And at 10 in the morning, they're like, okay, pod A is now starting. Anyone who's still in the queue, please be patient, and we will resume. We'll start pod B very quickly, like as soon as possible. And so what they did was, they literally played like 3 or 4 rounds of pod A, and they played double elimination until there were enough people that they could just slowly bring in more people, which was insane. Like to me, I remember like being in the queue at like 12:30, being like, what the hell is going on? And the reason I was in the queue for the Vanguard event, so Vanguard was day 1 and Weiss Shorts was day 2, and I was like, you know what? We're already traveling up for the weekend anyway. And at that point, most of my friend group that was playing Weiss were also playing Vanguard. They moved from English Vanguard to JP Weiss. So I said to them like, bros, we're gonna play Weiss anyway. Why don't you just lend me a Vanguard deck and we'll just play some Vanguard as well? And they were like, you play Vanguard? What? Like, they're like, because they'd only know me for Weiss. They're like, what the hell? How do you know how to play Vanguard? I was like, yeah, I played like Tsukuyomi way back in the day. Like, I know the rules. And they're like, oh shit, okay, cool. And this is a few months before, so like early in the year, I told them like, hey, there's this event, let me play Vanguard with you guys. And they're like, holy shit, Ben knows how to play Vanguard, let's go. Hey EJ, what's up? You're still early enough to catch the rest of the stories. I haven't gone that far yet. So I remember like sitting in our locals, helping to open boxes of BT13, the Chaos Breaker set. And I was looking at the cards being like, damn, like there's so much more text on this than I remember. Like, what's Limit Break 4? I don't remember Limit Break 4. Like, what's this? What's that? I don't remember this. I don't remember that. What's Chaos Break? I don't remember Lock. Like Nubatama is a real thing now. I remember there was only Void Breaker. What the hell? And so we were just cracking packs, and I was like relearning like not the basic. I already knew like guarding and riding and stuff, but learning like, oh, you should attack here first because then you can stand it, or you should like guard this because then they can crit and give to the rear guard. You should not waste your perfect guard here, stuff like that. Like learning the bits and pieces like that. And so we get to 2014 Team League, and I'm playing Schwarzschild. So yeah, BT13 was like, we opened Chaos, and I was like, wow, Link Joker looks cool. I get to stop my opponent from playing Vanguard. That's exactly what I want. Because I've been playing, really hard lockdown control decks in Pokemon and Magic up until that point. I was playing like, for those of you that know Pokemon, I was playing Honchkrow, like Honchkrow SP, like the Galactic deck, Sable Donk, Dialga Chomp, these like lockdown decks. And then for Magic, I was playing like Blue-Black Control, into Blue-White Core Blade, into Blue-Black Infect Control, stuff like that. these like slow grindy. I was like, man, Chaos is like Link Joker is the exact same thing, right? But my friends and I, so my friend who I was borrowing the cards from, because I wasn't going to buy Vanguard cards at that point, because I wasn't fully into the game yet, he didn't open enough Chaos Breakers. He only opened 2 Chaos Breaker. He was like, if you really want to play Link Joker, I can build you this mediocre-ish Schwarzschild deck. It's not great. It has 4 Infinite Zeros, it's got 4 Schwarzschild, and I'll shove in 2 Chaos Breaker. And the deck, in fact, you know what? I can remember the deck. Let's deck lock this. Switch to this. Alright, let's build this. I remember almost card for card the deck I built. Almost card for card. And it's an awful deck, and it's going to make me like cry at how bad it is, but I remember very much how I built that deck. So I remember writing out the deck list for it and being like, man, this is nostalgic. But that's the thing, like, you remember, I stopped playing at around like BT3, BT4 time frame. Like, Limit Break hadn't even existed yet. And now I was introduced to Link Joker, and I was like, wow, I get to stop my opponent playing Vanguard. This is exactly what I want out of this game. And so my friend, like, my friend wasn't majorly into Vanguard. He was like kind of into Vanguard, but he wasn't like Vanguard wasn't Vanguard wasn't his main game either. Magic was his main game. Vanguard was just a side thing. He had more cards than I did. Love your decks. Thank you. RZS? Rizes? I don't know how to pronounce that. But yeah, thanks. So, but yeah, no, this deck was garbage. This was one of the worst decks I've ever built or played. Keep going, keep going. Almost there. Keep going. Like, this is by far and away the worst deck I've ever played. I'm confident in saying that. And these are taking a while to load, aren't they? Oh. I remember this. Is that the PR version or is that the... No, that's the PR version. Come on, show me trial deck stuff. Yep, we're looking at BT12. Yep, this is getting close. Alright. Getting real close. So this sort of time frame. So I definitely played these. I was playing the Schwarzschild. I was playing these. Is it worse than Ethics? It actually was. It actually was. I know that's hard to believe, but it was actually worse than Ethics. That's the SP. Nope. So I had 4 limit breaks. 4 these. Alright, so we had heals, stands. Yep, I was playing stands. That's how bad the deck was. I was playing Aurora Eagle. I know I was playing Aurora Eagle. Playing this particular crit. I think we're playing this crit as well. Yeah. But I was definitely playing this particular crit, which I'll explain why in a second. That micro hole for gravity, 3 PGs, Vart Shields, 2 Chaos Breaker, and oh, that's the SP Schwarzschild. Nope, not 2 of this, and then 2 Chaos Breaker. And I didn't have any else of these. Yeah. Yeah, this was a deck. This was the deck, all right. So this was the first ever. Let me shrink this a bit. Make this a bit smaller. Here we go. This is the first ever tournament deck I have for Vanguard. Is it not the worst deck you've ever seen? Like, all it did was try to Schwarzschild, and that was it. Man, why is my camera so dark all of a sudden? Oh? Anyway, yeah, like good grief. And I remember playing. So my teammate was playing DP. He was playing reverse Dayusha. My teammate A was playing. I was in position B playing this garbage. My teammate A was playing reverse Dayusha, and teammate B was playing Silverthorn. And they won round 1. I lost because my Schwarzschild got PG'd. Sad, but that's what happens. And then we lost round 2. And then we lost round 3, and then we got eliminated because it was double elimination at that point, which is unfortunate. But yeah. So fun as that was, like I was there for Weiss, but I was like, playing this deck, like even though the deck was bad and I wasn't very good at Vanguard at the time, I was like, man, I miss Vanguard. And playing this deck, like, it reminded me of the memories. Like, I used to play this back in 2011 with friends who were playing in Japanese. I had Tsukiyomi, remembering how to, like, guard properly and all this stuff. Like, I miss that. This was great. And I was like, damn, I'm interested again. Like, Link Joker's got me feeling things. But it never really went past that, because after that team league, did you play into a team of Revengers, Robos, MLB that year? No. My first round opponent was Aquaforce, and then my round 2 opponent was... My round 2 opponent was Dimension Police, but it was Zeal. I lost both games. In fact, no, I actually know who my round 1 opponent was, because I recognize his face, because I've seen his face at events here and there. I just don't know his name. But like, if you had him, I think if you had everyone in a Vanguard event sitting down, I could point to his face and be like, hey, you're the guy I played round 1 back in 2011. What's your opinion on the Gamer's Dogma Chaos Breaker build? It's alright. I don't like Nordstrom. I think Nordstrom's garbage, and I think Marinel is not very good, but the deck is fine. It's not awful. Like the thing about when we talk about standard Chaos Breaker lists, it's like it's trying to polish a turd. Like, because it's Chaos, it's always going to be like not very good. There's only so much you can do with the deck, so optimizing Chaos doesn't really mean much. But yeah, anyway, so after this team league, after we played this, let me switch back to main cam. So after playing that garbage, I was like, Vanguard's fun, I want to play more of Vanguard. But by that point, my Magic career was taking off. Like, I was like day 2ing GPs, I was top 8ing GPTs, like, I was winning like, medium-sized events at it, which was really cool. Like, it was good, like good for me. I was doing well. And at the same time, I was doing really well in Weiss. I was starting to like top 8 stuff. I was winning locals all the time. I was starting to like learn how to play the game properly. So even though I had this hankering, let me turn this off loop and move on to whatever the next one is. So even though like I was hankering for that Vanguard again, there was an opportunity for me to play it, because like the friends I had that played Weiss, I was just playing Weiss with. We never got time to play Vanguard, and I busy focusing time into other stuff. So I entered, let me get as far as possible. So I entered in 2011 at the beginning of JP Vanguard, and then I fell out immediately again, and then came back up in 2014 for the introduction of Link Joker, which is where I started loving Link Joker, and then dipped again because I just had other stuff going on. And now, fast forward 2 more years. So it's 2016, and by this point, for Weiss Schwarz, English and Japanese formats had now been properly separated. Like, you could no longer play Japanese cards at English events. However, at the same time in Europe, 2016 was the first time that we'd gotten WGP for Weiss Schwarz Japanese. So I was like, awesome. There's now a dedicated Japanese circuit. I don't have to like feel bad about wiping the floor with Sword Art Online trial decks anymore. As me playing other, like, because up until that point, everyone up to 50% of the people I would play against at any given Weiss Schwarz tournament were playing Sword Art Online trial decks, and I'm sitting there with like Meta Rewrite, Meta Symphogear, Meta Monogatari, like these really good decks, and I would just be effortlessly shredding them, which felt bad for me. So yeah, I finally had like other Japanese people to like, you know, play really good decks, and at that point, the meta evolved into like Talovru, Idolmaster, Girlfriend Beta, stuff like that. Yo, Crown Clown, what's up? And so at that point, I was like super tryharding for Weiss. So I was playing Girlfriend Beta that year, into a field of Idolmaster, Girlfriend Beta, Talovru, stuff like that. And it was a tough event, but I ended up making it to top 8. I got knocked out of top 8, unfortunately. Didn't go that far. But, you know, at that point, like, the Weiss scene in London had grown to about 12, 15 people. Like, it was like we were packing, like, you know, we were getting like entire areas dedicated to our locals at any given time. Girlfriend Beta, what color? Blue. So this was like the police Kokomi combo into pumpkin. So blue-red, yeah. Like police pumpkin deck. And it was really good. Like, I was loving that deck. But yeah, so, you know, I think most of us like did really well. Like 3 or 4 of us from London got top 8 at WGP. Most of us finished with a positive record. And even like our worst performing London member he came like exactly, like there was like what, 62, 63 people, and he came exactly 30th. So he barely dodged like bottom half. Playing Clanad, by the way. He was playing Clanad before the power upset, so Clanad garbage Clanad. Yellow-red, yeah, that yellow Girlfriend Beta was really good. But yeah, so, you know, we had a group of like 10 of us, and, you know, the WGP was held back in like, what was it? It was held up in like Birmingham, near Birmingham, in a place called Chimera in Sandwell and Dudley. So quite far from London. It was like a 2.5, almost 3 hour each way journey. So the group of 10 of us, you know, we're on the train going back down to London at like 10 o'clock, and we're like, man, like this is such a good, like, that WGP was one of the best Weiss tournaments I'd ever played in. Like, it was just a group of us all having fun. It was like, you know, just whatever, right? So we're on the train back, and one of the guys in that Weiss group, a guy whose name has popped up now and again, called Julian, he was like, so Ben, I see you've enjoyed Weiss, and I know that you played Vanguard a little bit now and again in the past. What do you think about getting back into Vanguard? And I was like, I was sitting there on the train, like, you know, like just chilling, and he's like, and he goes, where did this come from? And at the time, sitting on the seat next to me was, so my other friend, who I'm not going to refer to him by name because I know he doesn't like that. I'm going to refer to him by his username, which his online tag name was Nami. So Nami's next to me. He's been like, yeah, man, I let you link Joker that one time for Team League. You should, yeah, and you like, you really enjoyed it. Why don't you go back into Vanguard? And I was like, God damn it, if you guys really say so. And so Julian's like, don't worry, Ben, I've got you covered. Here's Kagero. And this is 2016, so we already had Fighters Collection at that point. So this was the Cross, the End, the Ace, Kagero. He's like, here's Kagero. I'll let you borrow the entire deck. Go play locals. Tell me how you get on. And I was like, alright, sure. You know, like, I've peaked in, you know, I've not peaked, but, you know, I've done really well in Weiss now. I think I can now have time and effort to focus on other games. So I borrowed Kagero, went to locals. It took a while for me to learn the deck, but eventually I was like, oh, Vanguard is as fun as I remember. And Kagero was like, at the time, was really, really good, like really good. Because it had Root Flare, which was really good stride. It had the Ace, which was another really good stride. And it had options for non-stride in the form of the Cross. And so I went back to Julian, and at this point, I also had Julian. So Julian moved into like the house I was living in for university. So we were living together at that point now. I said to Julian, "Yes, Kagero was a good choice. Thank you for lending me this. I'm now ready to commit to Vanguard." Show you more of the wall scroll. Enjoy. This is from her, I think, either the anniversary live or 500,000 sub live. I bought the t-shirt to go with it, but the t-shirt is way too big for me. So yeah, I went back to Julian. This was like November. I think it was November. Was it November? It was before. It was just before GBTO 7. When did GBTO 7 come out? June. So. Well, it wasn't 2016 then. When was that? Which WGP was that? Hang on. This was an earlier WGP.
2015, my bad, sorry. Everything I just said about Kagero and Weiss Schwarz was 2015. 2015 Japanese WGP for Weiss Schwarz. So, November 2015, my bad. November 2015, I say to Julian, because he's living with me at that point, I'm ready to commit to Vanguard. He goes, good. So he's like, you can keep holding on to Kagero for now. And then he passed, and he's like, I know you love Link Joker. So I went ahead and bought, got you this cheap Link Joker deck. And it was Dark Zodiac, Garnet Star, Legion. So not Messiah, it was Dark Zodiac, Garnet Star. It had Break Rides. It had 0 Chaos Breakers. And it had 0 Glendios. It was just 4 Infinite Zero, 4 Dark Zodiac, 2 Garnet Star. It was cool. It wasn't anything special, but it was cool. And he had no strides for it though, because at that time, Big Crunch was like the only good Link Joker stride, and it was $25 each. I was like, it's fine. I'm ready to fully commit to Vanguard. So he gives me that Link Joker deck, and I went out, and the next day, I went out and bought a playset of Chaos Breakers, and I bought a playset of Big Crunch Dragon. I was like, I'm going for it. I'm gonna go for it. So I have in one hand the Cross, and in the other hand Chaos. Before GBTO 5. GBTO 5 had not come out yet. So, Chaos was bad at this point. But I don't care, I was like, Link Joker, I'm gonna play Link Joker. Because Messiah was unplayably expensive. Because Amnesty was still $80, like $60 a copy. Like, for the GR, not for the SGR. Like, base Amnesty was prohibitively expensive. I wanted it. I really wanted to play it, but I was like, no, I can't afford that. So no, I'm going to hold off. So throughout all of the end of 2015, from November 2015 to like March 2016, I was hanging around with Julian's group. So it was me, Julian, Mike, Felix, Kelvin, and one other whose name I forget because I haven't seen him in literally years. And we were playing shit Vanguard, like Julian and Mike had done decently at nationals a few times. Though Julian came close to top 8, but nothing major. And I was like, this game is fun. Just chilling with the bros. Sitting at the back of a cafe. Sipping on chocolate milkshakes, eating muffins, and playing Vanguard. I was like, this is the life. This is exactly what we want. And at that point, I was like, all right. I'm ready to take the next step. And we were like, oh, you really want to get competitive? And I was like, yes. And at that point, Julian was the only one interested in being competitive. I was like, come on, guys, all of us getting together, winning nationals, that would be so great. Because I had experience topping events in other games before, like Magic, like Weiss, and so on and so forth. And I just wanted to share that with my friends. And they're like, alright, fine, let's look at it. At that time, Felix was playing Raging Form, and Mike was playing Machining, Megholny. And over that month and a half, we were refining and optimizing our lists and learning how to be good at the game. And I think it was so then GBTO 7 came out, and GBTO 7 was June. And I remember buying a case. So Julian and I split, we bought a case of GBTO 7,
what was that? Zero Vash, thank you for the follow. And Yevraheim, thank you for the follow. Man, where's everyone coming from? Welcome, welcome. Still in the middle of story time. So GPT 7 had come out, and we had just gotten G-Guards, and I was like, and at this point, because I hadn't maxed Link Joker yet, because like, you know, I was still known as the Kagero player, because that was my best deck, and now, you know, at that point, I'd flipped my locals upside down like 4 or 5 times now. So everyone knew me as that guy who's really good at Kagero. And I took that name on, like I wore it with pride. I was like, so GPT 7, SGR Defeat Flare. I'm like, fuck, I have to get SGR Defeat Flare. I have to have SGR Defeat Flare. So we got a case. Oh, I also, at that point, the Gold Paladin start deck had come out. You remember that, like, that $10 Gurgit deck? Not $10, like, it was like $6. Like, it was that super cheap Gurgit deck that had Stride Fodders and PGs in a Gurgit deck. Like, you bought 2 of those, and you had a ready-to-play Gurgit deck. Like, you just needed, like, quills and stuff, and countercharge PGs. So I had that, I was like, damn, I own Gold Paladin, I own Kagero, and Mike really wanted to play Dark Irregular. So, like, you know, there was Bladewing pieces, which was like, cool. And one of our other friends had played Gear Chronicle, but he wasn't playing Chronojet, and he saw, what was the other thing in that set? Chronofang, and he's like, wow, Chronofang's like this cool alternate build to Chronojet. I'm gonna build Chronofang instead of Chronojet. So at that point, we were like, you know what? It's value for us to split that case, so let's split the case. So I got my SGR Defeat Flare, I got my Griffins, I got my Blade Master Titans. Very cool, very cool. And yeah, we're like, this is it, you know, we're feeling really good, you know, we can do really well here. And I think later that year, we were like, bros, Team League is that year. And I was like, this is going to be my second ever Vanguard tournament. And again, I was, you know, at that point I was like, so now I had the competitor. I was like, you know, sure, this is just a team league, you're meant to have fun with your friends, but let's see how well we can do, right? Like, you know, I've been playing for 6 and a bit months now, and I have loads of experience from like being good at Magic, being good at Pokemon, being good at Weiss. You know, I've been winning locals with Vanguard. I think we can do pretty well. So we get to Cardiff 2016 Team League. And the first thing I'm going to show here is... one second. Let me set this up on OBS. Here's how I'm going to do this. 2016 Team League. Ooh. 2016 Team League, my second ever Vanguard event. Team Road Trip Disaster takes first place. So from left to right is Julian playing Aquaforce. In the middle is Mike playing Mega Colony. And on the right is me playing Kagero. Let's take a look at that deck list, shall we? Remember that year? Yes, I remember. So, since Core's in the chat, I want to give a specific funny story about that event with Core. So my teammate Julian playing Ripples, post-nerf Ripples, is playing against Core, who's playing Dimension Police, like, you know, D-Robo Legion. And I can't believe this happened. Julian's on 4 damage, and Core swings with his 3 crit Vanguard. Sorry, and then, very importantly, Core boosts. Core boosts his Vanguard, and Julian goes, oh, you've boosted your Vanguard. That means you can't Laurel. That means I'm going to no guard. Ha ha ha. And Core goes, I boosted, but I have this other rear guard here. So I still have 4 to rest for Laurel. And Julian's like, oh no. So Core hits the triggers, and he hits like draw, heal, something. And Julian's on 4 damage, and he takes this 3 damage. And I shit you not, he heals twice in a row. Not heals, he gets defensive heal. So he's on 5 damage with 2 defensive sitting on him. Draw, heal, Kaizad, yeah. So Julian goes up to 5 after healing down 1. And then Core restands his Vanguard with Laurel, and Julian's like, oh shit, what do I do? So Julian, this time, second time, attempts to PG, because he has to, otherwise he's gonna die. And Core's like, okay, flips, Die Bazooka, Guard Breaks, and some other blank. And so Julian's on 5 damage, taking 3 damage, again, having no guard the first time like an idiot. And he's like, shit, what do I do? And he proceeds to 6 damage heal against Core twice, like 3 times in a row, surviving. And Core's just like, I can't believe that just happened. And Julian's sitting there like sweating literal bullets. And like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. And the kicker, the cherry on the absolute cake. We're sitting at the end table of, like, we're sitting at the very end of the table. And standing above us, watching our game, is Eddie. And for those of you who are long enough to know Eddie, he was that Singaporean guy who was the head of Bushiroad EU. And he was watching, like, he literally, this is what he did. He stood over the game, was like, and just walked away. Just walked away, shaking his head at what just happened. It was unbelievable. And I sat there going like, I literally looked at Julian, like, you absolutely should have lost that game. And he's like, yes, I'm almost like, he even said, Julian said to me like, I almost want to concede. And I told him, unfortunately for you, Mike and I just won. So there's no, so this horrible sacking, like, you've ruined this poor man's day for nothing. For literally no reason. You've ruined this poor man's day with triple heal in a row. It was definitely a moment. But anyway, so let's have a look at that deck list I played. So notice how we're doing memories and deck lists and nostalgia all at once. So, 2016. Team League Europe UK Cardiff Champion Team. So yes, so the reason we called ourselves Team Road Trip Disaster is there's a video on YouTube. I'm not gonna play the video here on the stream, but if you look up Cow Chop Camping Disaster, that was our inspiration. We were inspired by Cow Chop's Camping Disaster, so we called ourselves Road Trip Disaster. See, 2 Odysseus post-nerf ripples. And here is me with this dumb grade 3 lineup. The wrong choice of Look at this PG lineup I'm playing here. 2 Rampart, 2 Reyes. What the hell was I thinking? Main deck Kagero, starting with Side Egg, main deck Kagero. And unique triggers, because I hate my opponent. 4 unique heals and 4 unique crits. And like, that's literally just strategically bad, right? There's no reason to have matching cards. There is no reason not to have matching cards. I don't know. But yeah, this is the deck that won BCS 2016. And like, looking back on it, I think the only reason we won, I actually lost a lot of my games that day. Like, in fact, I wrote a tournament report for it back on the blog way back when. Let's find it. There we go. This article was posted back. This blog post was posted back in 2016. So let's see. Playing Overlord. Yep, this was my list. Blah blah blah. Let's see. I even had a metagame breakdown. You know, I was afraid of Nokiel, I was afraid of Vanguard Blaster, I was afraid of Gurgit, I was afraid of Revenger. Tournament report. Yep, so what was my final result? Yeah, so at the end of the day, my record was only 5-4, so I was carried hard by my teammates. And I think the reason my teammates won so much is because people didn't respect post-nerf ripples. Also because Julian was really, really, really good at the deck. Like, Julian is probably the best Aquaforce player I know. Like, he knew exactly how to manage, he knew how to Legion loop, he knew how to, like, when to stride, when to, like, Legion, when to go for it. It was incredible. And Mike won, I think, because people just had no fucking idea what machining did and didn't respect it as a threat. But here's another story from that event. I remember, like, round 6, round 7, Mike is playing against Gold Paladin. He's playing against Gurgit with the new support. And Mike strides into Machining Destroyer, stuns the opponent's Vanguard, and the opponent goes, okay, draw, I don't stand, stride, like, I think it was like stride Ray Breath, or like the GR Gurgit, you know, Sunrise Radiant Sword, and strides a stand, and Mike goes, no, you stride rested, and he's like, oh, and then the guy just concedes on the spot. People just didn't know what Mega Colony did, so I think it's definitely the surprise factor caught a lot of people off. But yeah, we ended up winning. And this was what started. So, for those of you that know me will know that I have a... Is it a vice? Is it a meme? What is it? I don't know what the proper noun, what I do is, but whenever I sign up for any card game tournament, I always name my decks after hentai manga. I don't know why, but it's a thing that I did. So yeah, this deck is called DL Action 90. I bear no responsibility if you look that up on your own. That's all I'm saying. I am, you know, I have no like fault if you end up looking at that. I think it was because like Julie and I were talking about something, and we were like, how funny would it be if we ended up winning and got our deck lists published online? So Julian's deck name here, this is mistyped. It's written as Danrei, but it's Julian's deck title is Danke, which is thank you in German. So Danke, Danke Revolution, which is another hentai manga. Don't look that one up either, please. But anyway, we're like, holy shit. Yeah, we won BCS. Like, oh my lord, what can we go from there? So obviously, from there, the next thing to do, immediately after Team League was Continentals. And of course, Continentals, we ended up getting third somehow. Like, and this is considering that we turned up at the venue in Germany, like, even at the airport waiting for our flight, we're like, bros, we're just happy to be here, you know, like, we won Team League, that's good enough for us, like, you know, like, we did what we set out to do. Continentals was just like icing on the cake. Like, icing on the cake. And yet, in third place, there it is. Who would have guessed? And of course, with another top finish comes another deck list to put up on the Bushiroad website. And with another deck list on the Bushiroad website is more hentai manga deck names. So we have Milky Paradise, Salvage Fisheries, which, again, they misspelled this, they mistyped this. But it's Salvage Fisheries, which is, you know, that's all about that. And for me, I made a tweet. I made a tweet the day before the tournament to Faku, who some of you may know is a website that publishes hentai manga in English. And I tweeted them saying like, yo, guys at Faku, if I name my deck after this hentai manga, will you guys hook me up with a free copy? And they're like, yeah, sure. And then we came third, and I got it published on the site. And sure enough, they sent me a free copy of Melty Gaze by Hyoko Road. And like, okay, I still have the book on my bookshelf, like, which is underneath, like, behind my back somewhere. It's not on camera, but I promise you, that book is still on my bookshelf to this day. I'm like, hey man, play a Vanguard tournament, win free porn? Like, dude, hell yeah, hell yeah. But yeah, here was my slightly better, but still slightly garbage deck list. So, I finally went up to 4 Reyes, which was wrong, by the way. Like, in hindsight, I absolutely should have played 4 Rampart Dragon. Reyes was not very good at all. We had Neo Flames. Like, I should have been playing 4 Nahalem. I wasn't, because I'm dumb. And I was still playing unique singleton triggers for reasons I don't understand. But yeah, this was... Hey, this deck, it came third at Continentals, and that's what matters. Hey, Chrysome, yes, this was one of my top decks. So you missed me winning Team League. This is my first place Team League, and then this one's third place Continentals. Both are garbage. But yeah, that was third place at Continentals. Let me turn this off. Yeah, that was the what's the word? That was the slingshot start of my Vanguard career. Then after coming third in Continentals, what's the color balance? Let me fix my white balance here. Better. Right. So after that, I was like, dude, I fucking love Vanguard now. Like, no. I'm coming this close to abandoning Weiss as my main game and taking Vanguard as my main game. That's how close I was. I was like, I love Vanguard. Let's go. Let's go. And in like from Continentals, which was like July, August-ish, up until December 2016, during those like 5-6 months, I bought so much Vanguard. Like, I bought Victor, I bought Yggdrasil Legion, I bought Narukami Kaiser Legion, I bought Shadow Paladin, the Diablo pieces, because GBTO 6 had just come out. What else did I buy? I had Gold Paladin, I finally bought Messiah, I finally shelled out for Amnesty Messiahs. Like, I went from having 2 decks to 7 decks in the span of 5 months. Like, I was all in on Vanguard. Like, all in on Vanguard. And so, what else? I had Silverthorns. I built Silverthorn. I built Bermuda. I built Prism and Melody and Duos. Not Melody, Harmony. Yeah, so I had, I had Prism with Princess Labrador. I had Duos with Bright, the Hatsune Miku restander. And I had Harmony with Loris and Olivia's. Like, dude, I went fucking hard. Like, hard. But, like, I was loving Vanguard. I was like, I fucking love Vanguard so much. And then we get to early 2017, like, March-ish 2017. And at that point, so okay, I'm going to pause the story time to tell a specific memory, like a chapter of my Vanguard career. In August 2016, I moved out of London to Reading because I was starting a new job in IT. And I need to move closer to my office in Reading. And I don't know if any of them are watching now, but I'm going to give a shout out to the Reading crew. So Andre, Stuart, Patrick, Sean, Joshua, Ray, Sam, Greg, Matt, Owen. Who am I missing? Did I say Seamus? Seamus. I haven't said him already. Emmy, if I haven't said her already. Who else am I forgetting? One here? Yeah, there you are. Who am I forgetting, dude? Tell me, who am I forgetting? Or is that it? I think that's it, right? Oh, Richard, Jay, Jez. Yep, Jez and Jake. Jez and Jake, yep. Richard, can't forget them. But yeah, massive shout out to the Reading crew. Like, those guys were like... Greg? Yes, Greg. Yes, Greg. Who else was it? There was another... There was one other one as well, other than Greg. Someone other than Greg. What's his name? Callum! Yeah. I think that's everyone. That I knew. Yeah. Dude, Reading community was like a fucking second family to me. Because, right, I just moved out to Reading for this job. And I didn't like that job very much. Like, it was a decent job. It paid well. You know, it was making use of my degree. But I didn't love that job. It was just a job, right? But the Vanguard scene in that community was like so... It was so tight-knit and so welcoming. Like, so this was like an essay that I'd written on my Facebook post before Facebook crashed and deleted the post. But I was gonna say, like, when I moved to Reading, you know, I went to like the local game store in Reading like 2 weeks after I'd moved there, and I was looking for a Vanguard scene. And I walked in that room, and people were like, "Want to hear what means session off?" No worries, Kazome. Thanks for popping by. Hope you had a good stream. I will hit you up for some more Shadowverse very soon. Take care. Everyone go... Let me shout out Kazome, actually. I would not be playing Shadowverse without this dude. So go give Kazome some love. Very cool guy. But yeah. So... I walked into Reading after like a week or two of being in Reading in the local game store. And... I really don't want to sound arrogant or like... I don't want to sound like a dickhead when I say this. But the moment I stepped into like that room at the LGS, it was obvious. Like, it was immediately obvious that I was the best player in the room. Like, and this was already after I'd won Springfest and came third at Continentals. But like, I got there, I was like, damn, you know, come on, like. I wasn't looking down on people, but I was seeing like the decks that people were playing and how they were playing them. Like, okay, yeah, like I see what they're doing, but I think I'm better than them. And, you know, GSD Strike will back me up here, but I proved it. Like, you know, I was winning locals almost every week. I was winning our monthly tournaments almost every month. Like I was just better. But the thing is, though, here's the important thing about that community. The way they, like, treated me for being better, it didn't make me look down on them. Like, I wasn't like... So see here, like, EJ's like, say, insert pathetic meme here. That's not how I behaved. That's not how I acted. I was like... Like, I sat down and like, hey, you know, oh, I see you're playing this deck. Have you thought about this? Like, I was trying to give, like, helpful, constructive advice. And they're like, wow, you know, like, your advice is really helpful. And, you know, they'd make the change to their deck. And then they'd go play in locals that week. And they'd be like, you know, they never played against me. But they'd be like, yeah, man, I took your advice and like I won like my match against this person this round. I'm like, yeah, good for you, awesome. And like I was just always giving advice and I was just always helping everyone there get better at the game. And that feeling of like, you know, seeing other people get better, develop, and enjoy the game as much as I do, like, holy shit, dude, that's... You have no idea how fulfilling and rewarding that is. And in fact, I'm willing to say 100% without beyond shadow of a doubt, if it wasn't for the Reading locals, I would not be making content right now. I would not be doing YouTube. I would not be a judge. I would not have nearly as much passion for Vanguard as I do if it wasn't for the Reading group. So if you guys are watching, and, you know, beyond Andre, if any of you guys are watching, thank you so much for accepting me into your little group, despite, you know, despite for all intents and purposes, you should have rejected me because, you know, I was arrogant. I was like, I'm better than all of you. Here's me telling you how to play. Like, you know, like there was, like, sure, there was reason for you to accept me because you could have gotten better. But I was ready and expecting for you guys to like shun me and be like, oh, we don't want your kind here, the super try hard, win everything. But no, like, we became legit friends, and I was like constantly trying to help these guys improve, constantly giving them advice. At first when they didn't ask for it, but then eventually they came to us and was like, Ben, like, now that we know you're good at the game, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? And I really enjoyed giving that advice. So I was only at that job for a year, and I only lived in Reading for a year. But 100%, that 1 year was instrumental to my Vanguard career. So again, massive love, massive shout out to the Vanguard community in Reading. It was like, I just loved having you guys there and being around you guys. Thank you so much. So that's the memory of Vanguard. My time in Reading. Like, it's probably like my first, like, number 1 or number 2 memory of Vanguard. So that's 2017. And then we get round to like early mid 2017. And the topic is now judging. So in 2017, Bushiroad launched the judge program officially, where you had a proper test, you had a proper everything, and people can actually, like, become officially certified to be a judge. So obviously, at that point, I'd spent so long, like, helping the Reading community learn, to grow. I thought to myself, why don't I try? Like, seems like you'd be a perfect fit for me, right? And bear in mind, I'd already done Magic the Gathering judging and Pokemon judging up until that point. So, running tournaments was nothing new to me. It took me, like, I think 2 or 3 weeks of grinding the rules, like, hardcore. Answering questions on Discord, answering questions at locals. Like, just talking to, like, other good Vanguard players, be like, yeah, I'm gonna go for the judge exam, I think you'd be good to have. And other people were supporting me, being like, yeah, like, I know you, it'd be good to have, like, your presence in the community a bit more, have other people know about you. I took the test, and I got accepted the first time round. But, however, so 2017 was the year that they didn't have Team League. And instead, what they did for Springfest was make it so that Springfest that year was singles and led to Worlds as well. So, I originally wasn't planning on playing, because I didn't, like, as much as I enjoyed being competitive in Vanguard, I didn't want to play in tournaments that weren't team leagues. Because the whole point about team leagues, like, you get to mess around with your friends, you get to have fun, you get to do dumb shit, and even if you lose, you get to have a laugh. Whereas when you're playing solo, it's nowhere near as fun. Shaved guard? Yes, I shaved this morning just for this. So I was like, okay, I'll go to 2017 Team League just to take my judge exam. Nothing else. Just to take my judge exam. And then I got told by Bushiroad EU, sorry, we'll do our judge tests and interviews at the end of the day. And they told us, if you're going to come along for the interview, you might as well play in the tournament. And I was like, and I should specify here, the person answering the email was Steven. If you know what? Let me put up a picture of Steven right now. Let me put up a picture of Steven right now. This is Steven Mao. He used to be the head of Bushiroad EU, and he's currently known as Light on Twitter, and he's a very good Shadowverse and Pokemon player. Super chill guy. I'd known him for a while through Y Schwartz. Dude was... Let's not have this one. Dude was super cool. And so because he knew me through Weiss, he told me, like, you might as well, like, he sent me a message directly saying, like, you might as well play in the event in Springfest. I was like, sure, let me sleeve up a deck. And so I sleeved up Chaos. And, the trip from Reading to Cardiff was really, really short. Like, it was only like an hour by train. So I went to like Cardiff going like, all right, cool, I'll just go there, do my judge test, come home and chill. Nothing serious. But that year, they were doing 2-day events. So if you finished day 1 with an X2 record, you went on to day 2, which was best of 3. So I turned up, you know, not like with Chaos, not expected to do very well. And this is when like Time Leap was a thing now, like Full Power Night Rose was a thing, 7 Seas Grade 1 Rush was a thing, Blasters had gotten even better. Like, the meta at that point had evolved to be truly, truly toxic. And I'm sitting there with Chaos, just because, like, you know, I fucking love Link Joker. Chaos has got a tiny bit more support. Like, Chaos is playable now. Like, let's fucking play Link Joker. You know, let's play that deck that I've now come to love and be known for, and just see how well I can do. In fact, let's build the deck real quick. Let's switch back to here. Let's open up a new deck. So then we'll call this My First Deck. Let's finish this. Let's build the next deck. I'm gonna leave this open for reasons that'll, for those of you that know, it'll be obvious. For those of you that don't know, well, stay tuned. Come on. So my first deck, my second deck, my third deck, which is basically the same as that. Open up a new deck log. Yeah, how we meet? We just met at Darksphere, dude. It was either Darksphere or Sneak Attack. Alright. Echo asked for it. Who am I to say no? In fact, today's a special day. It's the anniversary. Today's a special day. Cards. This left or right? Actually, can't tell. I don't think it matters. Man, speaking of Decade, I've already pre-ordered the CSM. That shit's tight. Not the CSM, the K-Touch 21, the new K-Touch. That's what I've ordered. So you guys will see that. I'll do an unboxing of that on stream, I promise. Probably at Darksphere? Yeah, probably. Alright, let me tilt it. I'll give you full cam for this. Put this down. Hide Steven and Chris for a second. Anyone from UK go top deck in? Yeah, top deck in is my Weiss locals, Brotherhood is my Vanguard locals. Where's my Decade card? Clean this up all over the place. Alright, turn this on. Let me pause this. I'm also going to need to adjust my audio because it's going to mess up otherwise. So let me... How am I going to do my audio properly? I'm mute. I don't know. Let me unmute that. Audio input capture. Celestial Zero, thank you for the follow. This is not what we normally do on stream. This is a special thing. Add source. Does that change anything? That did not... Nope, it still kept the filters. Okay, so let me get rid of that. And, okay, so that's... How do I add another microphone? Audio input. New source. Is that gonna work? You can hear me twice. Alright, so this should have no filters on it now. Let's go. There isn't usually, so it's a channel reward. I try not to avoid it because it's quite distracting, but people like it, so I'm gonna say no. There's no reason for me to say no. Alright, let's go. Wait, that's not how that meant to, that's not how that's to. There we go. Why did that not make noise? Did I do it wrong? There we go. TD in previous... Yeah, so TD in Top Decking used to be Geek Retreat, and then they split off from the franchise. So there is now no longer... There is no longer a Geek Retreat in Milton Keynes. There is only Top Decking now. Alright, let me unmute myself and turn on the music back. And bring that back up. Hey. So. What was we doing? We were building my 2017 Chaos deck. Let's do that real quick. Let's do that very quickly. So I should mention, like, I'm going to build every deck. Why is my light suddenly... What's wrong with my lighting? Come on, don't do this. Hello, please? Yes? Brightness up? Yes, I am. I'm going to be building every deck I ever played in a tournament with. Not every deck I ever played, but every deck I ever played in a tournament with. And I just want to illustrate that I've played in very, very few tournaments, actually. That's what I'm doing here. This was an old deck. We have to go back quite far here. This was before that set. This was before GBTO 8, actually. I think. No, it was just after GBTO 8. It was definitely before Crisis. Was it before Crisis? Yes, it was definitely before Crisis. It was before Close. It was before him. Yep. Was Distav out at that point? I think Distav was out. Yeah, so it was Fighters Collection. Yeah. So I played 4 of her. What else did we play? Played that. I played 1 of this because it was searchable. I played 4 of this in SP because I had them. Played 3 of this in SP because I had them. Played 4 Chaos Bringer, I remember that much for sure. 4 Iron, 4 Zinc, Carbon, 4 Paradigm Shift, and then a bunch of old cards. So, I think Cosmo Wreath was my PG, yes? Yep, Cosmo Wreath was my PG. What else did we have? What else did we have? I think we had these. I had these as my draws. That doesn't look right. I think I played 12 crit, actually. I think I played 12 crit. The more I think about it, I played 12 crit. Here we go. This is the Link Joker stuff I'm interested in. So what else here did I play? None of these. None of these. I played Photons. In Legion Rare, of course. I played 1 Volt Line. Played... I don't know if it was 2 or 3 Charcoal, but I played some number of Charcoal. In fact, do I have my... Did I blog my 2017 run? I don't think I did. I did! Oh, hello. Yes, that's my list. Alright, let me build... So how many Charcoals did I play? I played 3 Charcoal. I only played 2 Destiny Dealer. 3 Zinc. Wow. 4 Cosmo Wreath. 1 Volt Line. Did I not play the Volt Line? I didn't play the 1 Volt Line. Okay. I didn't play... Oh, I didn't play Blink Messiah. I played a Starvader crit. Okay. 4 Photon. Yep. Did I not play? What is this? Heliopause? I thought, yeah, 1 Heliopause. Let's see. What was the other stuff? Played 4 Colony Maker, that's for sure. Oh, 2 Freeze Ray, yep. 2 Freeze Ray. None of these guys. No Infinite Zeros. I did play that crit. Colony Maker? Where's Colony Maker? And reverses, so yep. Colony Maker at 4. Chaos Breaker at 3. We're missing a trigger. 4, 3, 2. 4, 3. Only played 3 Iron like an idiot. That was dumb. I should only play 3 Photon, but I only did 4 of. And then 4 of the last crit, which was Apollonel, I want to say? Yeah, Apollonel. So where's Apollonel Dragon? There you go. I think this is it? Yeah, this is it. And then for G-Zone, this was a G-Zone I was very proud of. We didn't have any of these yet. None of these existed. None of these existed. None of those existed. Alt Wilder existed. Arena, 1 Destiny Guardian. Right, that's why I didn't play Blink, because I didn't play Messiahs in my G-Zone. Yes, I remember this now. 4 of you. 4, where's the SP Big Crunch? 4 SP Big Crunch. And then 1 Valancha and 1 Screw. This is it. Yep, that looks about right. So this was 2017 BSF top 16. So yeah, I finished top 16 here. I think my overall record was 8-2. Yeah, so I was EXO at the end of day 1. I was EXO at the end of day 1. And then day 2 I lost 1, or it was lose, win. But I lost twice on day 1, and that caused my breakers to be not good enough to make top cut. And I distinctly remember the 2 people I lost to. I remember exactly who I lost to. I lost to Joseph Anforth, who is now a very good friend of mine, and to Kalen Fallon, who is also a very good friend of mine now. So Joseph was playing Nova Grappler, and I lost to him in the best of 3. So round 1, so game 1 against Joe. In fact, you know what? I'm going to tell Joe to get on the stream. I'm going to talk about him right now. Let's see. Joseph, Kalen. Kalen's in the chat. Sorry. I'll talk about. So while I give Joseph time to tune to the stream, I'll talk about Kalen first. So this was back when Kalen was skinny. He was playing Messiah, and as you can imagine, Messiah is a pretty solid counter matchup to Chaos. So there was no real way that I was beating Kalen here, especially when I didn't have. Especially given that I didn't have Messiah in my G-Unit zone. So let me explain the G-Zone first. That's the why I didn't. So why I lost against Kalen. So I had this brilliant idea to play Freeze Ray, because Freeze Ray was really, really good into Night Rose and Blasters. Super good into Night Rose and Blasters. And those are the 2 decks I was most worried about. So yeah, Freeze Ray is now really, really good. Rin theme is good. The Freeze Ray is really solid. And the amazing thing about this lineup is that I was one of the first people to play 4 Chaos Bringer and only 3 Chaos Breaker. Because what you really wanted to do was you wanted to ride Chaos Bringer every time, because Chaos Bringer would lock one and give you superiority from Chaos from deck, which is A, deck thinning. It cost a counter blast 1, which you could refund easily with Zinc, and B, it gave you that extra soul to use Chaos Breaker's effect. That was my grade 3 lineup, and the point of it was to basically leverage like a really, really solid early game. But so in playing Freeze Ray, I was like, well, what if I get stuck on Freeze Ray? I can't Universe, and Big Crunch is only second stride. So I need something to do when I'm stuck on Freeze Ray. And that something was Valancher. So what Valancher is, if for those of you who don't remember, is when its attack hits a Vanguard, if your Heart card has 10,000 power or less, you can salvage a heal from your drop zone. If I'm on Freeze Ray, I can stride Valancher, attack with the Freeze Ray, attack with the Valancher, and because I'm 10k base from Freeze Ray, if it hits, I get my heal back, which is super juicy, like super, super juicy. And what I would do is, like, if I knew that I was going to go into Freeze Ray Valancher that game, I would guard with the heal early on, just so that I'd have a heal in drop zone for me to salvage. For her to be like, ha 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 ha. In free reference main phase. So during your turn, you ride Chaos Bringer on play lock one, then you would Iron or Paradigm Shift or Photon. Basically, during your main phase, you would lock something else, and then at the start of their main phase, Chaos Bringer re-rides. So Chaos Bringer's effect is, if you don't remember, at the start of your opponent's main phase, opponent has 2 or more locked cards, limit break for Counter Blast 1, re-ride Chaos Bringer, or stand from deck. That's what it was. So, that's why I played Valancher instead of the Amnesty Messiah, which is why I got completely shredded by Kalen in the matchup. But anyway, so that's that. So I lost to Kalen, which is fine. You know, like, it was an unwinnable matchup, whatever. But then Joseph, man, losing, like, I'm still kicking myself for losing to Joe after all these years. So, like, now that I've gotten to know Joe pretty well, you know, now that he's become a good friend of mine, I know that he's a good player. I really respect him as a good player. But he was playing Victor, right? He was playing GBT06 Victor, not GEB3 Victor. So this is still like, Victor had got like Meteor Kaiser, it's like some decent cards, but it didn't have Ninjad, it didn't have Bolshachi, it didn't have Jerhawk, it didn't have like the broken Victor pieces. It was just decent Victor. And in that matchup, Chaos is definitely favored for that matchup. But round 1, game 1, I had to ride the Chaos Breaker without Bring or Freeze Ray, and so that gave him the time, like, you know, because I had to do that, he had an entire turn of stride where you could just go swing, restand, Cool Hank, Arborale, like, you could just do stuff to me and I had no response because I was just on Chaos Breaker, not Chaos Bringer. Then game 2, I win because, you know, at that point I got my engine set up. And then game 3, it comes down to the line, game 3, and we're playing, it's going back and forth, you know, like, I'm controlling his board, he's doing very vanilla swings, and then he chooses not to fill a column. So he leaves his front, so after I burn both my universes, he leaves his front row empty, I Big Crunch his other column, but then I can't touch his other column because there's nothing there, and we didn't have any other form of lock from hand yet. So I'm on Big Crunch, I'm 1 turn away from the Alt Wilder, which would kill him. But then I set up my board in such a way that makes me unable to guard, or like, you know, I can't guard as effectively. And then he attacks in such a way, and I remember very clearly misplaying. Like, I discarded something for PG that I needed, and then I also PG'd in a way that meant I had to take the next attack rather than guard it. So, yeah, I had 2 back-to-back huge stumbles, like huge misplays, which I'm still kicking myself for, you know, like, I should specify, I'm not upset that I lost to Joseph. He's a friend, I love him, and he's a good player. I'm upset that I made such a dumb misplay into what would otherwise have been a free matchup. But yeah, so I lost to Joe. In fact, I lost to Joe, that was the first round of day 2. That was like first round of day 2. And I'll be honest, I'm going to give credit to Joe here. When I sat down against him, I was slightly intimidated because, you know, like I said, right? I'd come to BCS looking just to get my judge exam, nothing else. You know, I wasn't planning on playing, I wasn't planning on doing well. I just wanted to get my judge exam done and go home. But because I ended up making day 2, me and Andre ended up having to spend an extra £50 each on a hotel that I wasn't expecting to spend on. What BCS was this? 2017, the one that was solo instead of Springfest. It wasn't BCS, it was Springfest. The one in Cardiff, solo Cardiff. Like, so, you know, I spent a night from home I wasn't planning to spend. I'd spend money on a hotel I wasn't planning to spend, just because I was doing, like, even though I was XO at the end of day 1, I was like, guys, I just want to take my judgment text and go home. And all of my friends were like, no, dude, you're XO, day 2, let's go. You can, like, you know, you can maybe win this. Let's go, let's go. Oh yeah, gee, nice. Let me see if I can get that picture. Is that? Let me switch back to this view for a second. Do I have that picture saved? Yeah, 7C's format, that was it. I don't have that image saved. I know where that image is. Let me find that image real quick. I know where that image is. I can find it. I will find it, don't worry. It's not there. It's not that one. I will find the photo, don't worry. That's a good... I don't know why... Wait. Why did I not save that photo, actually? Why didn't I save that photo? What the hell? Yeah, it's definitely in my Facebook. Photos... Definitely in my Facebook somewhere. How do I not have it saved? How do I not have it saved? Let me find... Give me a minute while I find this photo. Search. Give it a second. God damn it, I'll find it. Was playing against 7Cs? Yeah, 7Cs was the nightmare of the format back then. That's what really bothers me, right? Because I lost to Joe and Kalen, and then they were giving out prizes to top 16. So 9th to 16 were getting prizes. And I remember like standing next to Kalen and Joe being like, I lost to these two fuckers. What the hell? I mean, like I said, like, you know, if either of you two had just done a little bit better, both of us could have been in top 8. There was the potential there. Like, I think if Joe had won, I could have squeaked in on 9th or 8th. Because there was a tiebreaker for 9th that round. Like, it was... In fact, it was Dom. My very good friend Dominic and someone else were tied for 9th. And they had exact time tiebreakers. So there was a playoff for the 8th place breaker match. I remember that clearly. I was talking to Sasha being like, how do we do this? What are we going to do about it? Let me find this. Let me find it. Like, this was a while ago, actually. It was in, like, June, July time frame. July, there we go. It'll be around here. I'll find it. I'll find it. Was it June? It might have been June. Let's see. I will find it. I know I posted the memory of it. I know I did. Where is it? Come on. I'll find it. Come on. Come on. Come on. I know I reposted the memory at some point. Give me a minute. I will find this. I promise I'll find this. It can't be that far back. It literally cannot be that far back. In 2019, it was probably July. I probably posted it in July 2019. Is what I'm thinking. That's November. I'm trying to find this fucking Nando's photo. Come on. If someone watching has it, can you please like DM it to me on Facebook? Maybe save me some trouble. Facebook's starting to crash a little bit. Facebook's starting to be very slow now. September 2019. August. We're getting close. We're getting close. August. August. Come on. Come on. July. July. Still in July. Still July. There we go. I found it. Aha. Yes. Come on, come on. Save image before Facebook crashes. Come on. Race, 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 race. Yeah. Got it. All right. Where's that image? There it is. The customary big British Nando's. Oh. Oh. Yes. Take me back. Oh my god, this is such... God, this is actually one of my favorite Vanguard photos of all time. Alright, so... From left to right... Hang on, let me open this image in big on my screen. And I'll name everybody from left to right. Unfortunately, I don't know everyone's names from left to right. Oh my, I know most of them, but I don't know their names. Okay, so on the far left is Pete, Mr. Beta Barkle. That's me getting into Azur Lane. Then next to him is me. Then next to me is Jason Murad, the Pride of Scotland. Next to him is... Oh, I don't remember this guy's name. I know who this is, and he's really cool. I don't remember his name. I want to say it's Matthew? I think he might be a Matt. Oh, I'm sorry, I really don't remember his name. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Next to him is another one of the Scottish lads. Oh, I have him on Facebook. That's not David, right? It's not David Platt. I don't think that's David Platt. But I recognize his face. But yeah, that's... Fuck. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't remember his name either. Then the guy in the black hoodie next to him is... Shit. Another one of the Scotland guys whose name I don't remember. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Scottish Vanguard. I don't remember you guys at all. I'm sorry. But yeah, next to him is I'm gonna pronounce his name probably wrong. Tan Quang or Tanat Kang. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I know who you are. Next to him is Alex Horseball. Alex Horseball, good old Pride of Newcastle. Next to him, I think, is Andre, Mr. GSD Strike. I can't tell who's behind him because his face is obscured. This is the day Ben went Drakmore in GB2. I don't think it... No, it wasn't. This was... Wait, was it? This was 2017, wasn't it? Or was this 2018? I thought this was 2017, Cardiff. Right, this is 2018. Okay, I'm skipping ahead. But I'm gonna finish identifying everyone in the photo before we move on with 2017 story. So anyway, then on the right-hand side of the table is Locke. Mr. Lockho, Hal's dad. Next to him is Ray, my tiny little twin, who's somehow older than I am, despite looking younger and being smaller. Next to him is Cal, Mr. Twinklight Vanguard himself in the flesh. Then next to Hal is David Jackson, the most beautiful man in Northern England. Next to him is Eugene Tan, awesome guy, you know, one of the many Dimension Police mains I know. But wait, no, Locke's next to Eugene. That's Locke. Who's behind Ray? Who's behind Ray then? Wait, Locke's the one next to Eugene. Who's behind Ray? Is that David? The other David? That look like Locke from here. Is that Hunt? Okay, that's Hunter. Sure. Yeah. So yeah, Locke's next to Eugene. And then next to Locke is the big man Maticus. Mr. Depression incarnate. Very cool. This was before he lost the glimmer and hope in his eyes. This was before he became onset by age, dementia, and depression. And then next to him is Sean. Yeah, so that's the 28. That's Team Brexit, basically. That's the origin story of Team Brexit. Before he lost Max Deep on the coach. Dude, that's painful. So where were we? We're talking about 2017. So this was my deadlist for 2017 Cardiff. I won way more games than I deserved to. Way more games than I deserved to. In fact, round 5, day 1, I was on stream versus Bermuda Harmony. And I remember, like, dude, I advertised, like, I messaged Discord, like, everyone, you know, to, like, Different Fight Discord, like, Card Games Discord, everyone I knew, like, saying, hey, I'm gonna be on stream, come watch me play Vanguard. And then I get matched Chaos versus Harmony. And, dude, the punishment I gave that guy, like, I remember, I played against some Italian dude. He was European, I think he was Italian or French. And, you know, he sat down, you know, he smiled, we shook hands, he said, hey, good luck. We flipped starters, and then by turn 3, like, his face went from to, like, it was literally like 3 turns he went from, like, I literally punched the happiness out of that guy's face that day. I'm sure of it. It was an upside down domination that game. And unfortunately, the VOD is no. I've tried looking for the VOD. The Firestorm VOD is no longer available. But I remember like winning the game. And so it was a top-down camera view. I remember playing, and after winning, I like looked up at the camera like this, and I did the classic Asian peace sign. And everyone on Discord messaged me was like, "You fucker! Like, you know, you just like brutalized this guy, and you're gonna like face like that. You beat Anj? No, this was Harmony." This was like Loris Harmony. This is 2017. Anj didn't exist in 2017, bro. What's up, Kai? He was playing like Loris, Olivia, Speaker, like, you know, Shizuku, like the base, like the win con of that deck was still Olivia Stride. The win con of that deck was still Olivia Stride. But yeah, you know, people are like, you're a dickhead, man. You just shredded this guy, and you're gonna like give the peace sign to the camera on stream in front of his face. What's wrong with you? But yeah, I was like I said, that was an event that I was never planning to play, and then I accidentally went EXO day 1, and then I accidentally made top 16. Like, and I remember saying like, we were looking at tiebreakers at the end of Swiss, and if either Joe or Kalen had won their round, they would have been top 8. And then it would have been me and Dominic playing off for the 9th, 8th place. And I was speaking to Dominic, you know, who's one of my really good friends, and he was playing Luard at the time. And he literally says to me like, Ben, if we have to play for 9th place, I'm scooping to you because there's 3 7Cs in top 8, and Luard can't do shit to 7Cs, but you're playing Chaos, and you will put your foot up their ass on my behalf. And I was like, yes, I promise to if I get to top 8, I will shred all of the 7Cs on your behalf. But we end up 12th because of tiebreakers. Can you get a warning from a judge for calling final turn? Not anymore. I will give you a caution and tell you don't do that because it's distracting, you know, it's unsportsman, but it's not a proper punishable offense anymore. Like, some judges will give you a warning because it's, you know, they might treat it as unsportsman conduct major, but I would downgrade it first. Unless you were, you know, I would downgrade it unless you were doing it super maliciously. Like, if you were called final turn, just like flex and style on your opponent, I would 100% warn you for that. But yeah, that was that day. Speaking of, Mr. GSD Strike in chat, he was playing Neo Nectar Bloom. This pre-Zoo Booster Neo Nectar Bloom. And I remember like the Thursday before that Springfest, sitting down with him and be like, yo, Andre, you're coming to Springfest with me, right? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, cool. Let's work on your deck. Let's make your deck as good as it can be. And he fucking like, he went like X3 or like X4 or something. Like, he did really well. Yeah, he didn't have GB8. He was playing Neos without GB8, and he was still doing really well. Like, he had a positive record. He was like, I can't believe I'm winning. I told him, like, yeah, man, I told you, your deck is good, and you're playing it well. He was winning. He was sick. That was just such a cool weekend, because it was one of the few times I've played in a tournament where there was nothing on the line, right? Like, nobody cared about winning. People just cared about having fun, having a good time. And everyone was banding together to defeat the Seven Seas Menace. Unfortunately, we failed because Seven Seas took first, second, and third on the podium. So we couldn't do shit there. But it's about the journey. That's what matters. So that's 2017. Springfest. That was probably one of the greatest tournament circuits I'd ever had playing Vanguard. But the important news is, I passed my judge certification. I was now, purple shirt, maroon, burgundy shirt, helping run events. And the best part was, by that point in the UK, people had known me as, he's that guy who like won Team League with Kagero, and then he's that guy who took Chaos to an almost top 8 finish at Team League. I was known online, I was known on Discord. I made some YouTube content, but not a lot, some Redding, people started to know me because I was hanging out with Julian, Dominic. I was hanging out with people who were other UK players who were good at the game. But people started still knowing me. I was like, cool, I'm getting a name for myself, which meant that when I started judging, people knew damn, that's Ben. We know who he is. We know these can bust things, which is really good. So 2017 was Huddersfield BCS, and this was another 2-day event. And this was a great event. I love this event because it was the first time I'd ever judged an event properly. And it was a real it was a serious event. I very distinctly remember in the finals. The finals was Gears versus Gears. We had ZTB versus Demiurge. Demiurge, you think I'm kidding, right? You think I'm fucking kidding? Demiurge made it to the finals of BCS. You think I'm kidding? Oh, I'm not in the thing. You think I'm fucking kidding? Demiurge? First runner-up. Demiurge. Bro. But anyway, so the reason, and do you know what? So yeah, like Core says, the story gets better because this guy was set to win the game. He came so close to winning the game. But would you like to know why he got second place and not first place? It's because he resolved Avenir Phoenix and then shuffled his deck. And I just didn't remember, there's 4 fucking judges. There's me, there's Core, there's Sasha, and someone else, all watching this game. And the dude goes, Avenir Phoenix, puts the cards on his deck, picks up his deck, and he does this. Let me grab a couple of cards, right? This is what the dude does. So he goes, okay, and then these go on the bottom. So these go on the bottom. Let me put my camera down so you can see my hands effectively. He goes, okay, these on the bottom, does this. And he does that, and he does it really fast. And the moment, I shit you not, in that split second, every single person at the table, every judge, even his opponent, the guy he was playing against, his person opposite him, at the same time, in the collective unison, went, no! It was everyone was like, no! And he's like, what? He goes, you can't shuffle. And he's like, And he's literally told, he's like going, oh. And he looks at me and he looks at Sasha like, what happens? And I tell him like, dude, it's irreversible. We have to give you a game loss. And he's like, oh no. And Christoph is like, come on guys, like can't you do something? Like, no, like I want, like Christoph is like, I can't, like, you know, like obviously Christoph's not gonna say anything because Christoph wants to win, but he's like, dude, okay, it's not time for emotion. No, we're not ready for emotion yet. But yeah, it was like, no, what can we do? I was like, we're just sitting there looking at each other. I'm looking at the judges, I'm looking at him, I'm looking at Christoph. Sasha's looking at me, looking at Christoph, looking at the player, and we're like, we can't fucking do anything. We literally can't do anything. And it was the most catastrophic BCS ever. God damn. God damn. But on the plus side, that BCS was what's... I want to say it's what cemented me, or it's what proved to myself, like, that event was what me telling myself, like, yes, I am actually a good judge. I know what I'm doing. I'm worthy of wearing this shirt and leading events and being that community figure for everyone. Like, you know, it gave me the confidence to, you know, push YouTube, go out forward and, you know, do more. So yeah, like, I think I started my judge, like, I think 2017 was when we started, was when Yellow Card Vanguard started, am I right? Like late 2017, I think? I think that's when we started. Sorry, 2018. So it was 2018 was when we started, but like judging that event was like, that's it. You know, like I think I can now, so I'd known Different Fight for almost 2 years at this point. Like I first talked to Different Fight because of Cardiff, because I won Cardiff. He's like, he was doing his competitive wrap up. He's like, yeah, Kagero. So Kagero won BCS Team League Cardiff, and I told him like, hey, that's me. I'm the Kagero that won Cardiff. And so I joined his Discord and we started chatting on Twitter. And I remember selling him. So the weekend before Cardiff, we were opening the GBT07 boxes. And one of the SPs in the GBT07 case, other than the SGR Defeat Flare, was an SP X Gallop. And I was like, oh man, Different Fight, you know, he likes Dimension Police. Because there's no one else I know that likes Dimension Police enough. So I was like, I'll sell him this SP for cheap, you know, it's something like 20 euros or something. So I sold him the X Gallop, and then I joined his, and then we started chatting. And yeah, that's where our friendship started. But I'm gonna give Different Fight an entire hour to himself at the end of this, so don't worry about that. But yeah, so I'd known Different Fight for a while at that point, but it was judging this event that made me realize, like, you know what, I can do what Different Fight does. I can you know, be a content creator. I can be a community leader. So that's what gave me like the confidence, like start doing stuff at the end of 2017. And then we move on to 2018, and 2018 was a great year for me. Like, so 2018 was, what did we have in 2018? 2018 was God Save the VGCS. 2018 was the VGCS that I hosted. It was the only VGCS in the UK. And that is, I believe that was one of the biggest non-official events in the UK. We had 60 players, 20 teams. In fact, I probably had it on Facebook somewhere. Let me open up. Let me find the photos on Facebook. Man, I'll find it. I'll find that one. Is about... Did I host on the Yellow Card Vanguard? I guess I did. See all photos? Nope. Okay. Let's see. I'll find it. I'll find it. Here we go. Dude, look at this fucking photo. Like, alright, let me save this one. Save image. Alright, let me put this photo on. This is I love this photo so much. Like, look at this fucking team on the left-hand side playing their game standing up because we didn't have enough chairs because we weren't ready for this many players. Look at that! I was blown away. I was expecting, like, you know, like 8, maybe 10 teams, you know, 30 odd players. We had double the number of people we were ready. Yes! How fucked up is that? And like, there were so many things we had to organize. Like, there was so much, like the event was so close to being a disaster, but it was a success. And everyone I know that took part enjoyed it and said, you know, it was really great. It was, you know, it was almost like playing in a BCS. According to a lot, like the feedback I got was that it was very, very close to the BCS experience, and that's what people wanted. We gave away a bunch of really cool stuff. You know, we had. Let me save this image as well. I had custom playmats made for this event. Let me show you that. Custom playmats, and Bushiroad EU hooked us up with, like, you know, special stuff to give out, like old deck boxes and sleeves and promos. Like, I'm so proud of this event. I'm so proud of this event. Like, I did this, like, you know, like, I had a lot of help from, you know, Different Fight, from our friend, from, you know, Bella, from Core, who was helping to judge. But yeah, like, this event would not have happened. I think the reason the event even happened was because I took the initiative being like, I can now, you know, I've now reached that level of prominence in the community that people can see my name attached to a non-official event and be like, oh, if Ben's running it, it'll be fine. And combined with the fact that I was so well known in the community that people were willing to volunteer time and effort to help me make sure the event was a success. Like, you know, I wanted to pay Different Fight, I wanted to pay Core, I wanted to, like, give these guys something to help me out, and they were like, no, we just want to be here and help you. And, like, dude, that was such a touching gesture, and I'm still grateful to this day that they were willing to, like, go that far to help me out. It was fucking beautiful. But yeah, man, like, you know, like, the event was great. What more can I say? That was very, like, it was like March, I want to say? March, April 2018? Something like that ballpark? Yeah, so that's the March, like, yeah, that was that time frame. And then Springfest that year was later on, like June, July. Yeah, April. So we had there was a few months between it and Springfest. And so based on now that I'd hosted that event, I was like, wow, you know, this event's gone so well. I'm so proud of everyone. What I then did was, would I be up for running another one? 100%. It's just that, sorry, my throat's really dry now. I was planning on running one in 2019, but unfortunately my finances and time didn't allow it. However, now that I have a proper job and have a bit more flexible income, once COVID ends, I will definitely run another VGCS. 100%. 100% I will run another VGCS. But yeah, so having, you know, pause. I'm gonna get a drink. My throat's way too dry. Give me literally like 2 minutes. I'll be back in a few seconds. I'll be back in a bit. I need to go get a drink. All right, we're back. So, is that immediate gift new? Yes, it is. I'm glad you noticed. People pay attention. What a surprise. So, 2018 Springfest. There were two reasons I decided to play in 2018 Springfest versus judging. The first one was I'd already run BGCS, it was a success, and I was like, people now know I'm a judge, I don't need to prove myself anymore. So let me play a bit just so I don't get rusty. Let me prove that I'm still a good player. And the second reason was because I get a picture. Do we have a picture of it? I don't even have a picture of it, but basically, the top 4 playmat for prize for Y Schwartz was a Persona 5 playmat. Now, that Persona 5 playmat looked really good. It looked really good. Nothing special, but it looked good. And I've known Chris for 2 years at that point, different fight for 2 years at that point. And he saw that, I was like, damn, I really want that Persona 5 mat. And his birthday had just been and passed, and I didn't get him anything for his birthday. And I was like, so I said to myself, I'm gonna win different fight that mat. I'm gonna make a team for Y Schwartz, play in 2018 Springfest for Y Schwartz, win that Persona 5 playmat, and just give it to him. That's what I did. Oh, that's what I said I was going to do. And that was the sole reason so I wanted to play Springfest. And I emailed Bushiroad. So Bushiroad sent out their judges, was like, hey, we're looking for judges for Springfest, blah blah. And I told them I would like to play in Y Schwartz for Cardiff. So I can only judge one day. I can only judge like the day 1 for Cardiff. Is that okay? And they're like, and at that point they'd known me, and they said 2 things. They said, 1, we would rather get newer judges who don't have as much experience to play Vanguard and running events to get, because they know me at that point. They're like, we know you, Ben. We know you're really good. We know the event will be great with you on board, but we want to give the chance for other judges to have a chance, to develop their skills. Oh, speaking of which, before I go any further on that, let me have a pause for another quick memory. Let me find this photo. Where's that photo? I think this is also 2018? This was, what's it called? UK Board Games Expo. Bushiroad had a booth. Was it Yes, this was 2018. Because I remember this being 2018 because I was demoing the reboot. I was telling people how force markers worked, and I was showing off 13k base grade 3 power. So yeah, Bushiroad had a booth at the UK Games Expo, showing off the new Vanguard basically. And I was there with 2 other judges. Mr. Alex Horseball, who I mentioned, is the Alex is the greatest person in Newcastle. And I was there with another fellow judge whose name is James Tan. I don't know if he's watching right now, but James, if you're watching, go to hell, burn in hell. I love you. But he was a fledgling judge. He was part of the Manchester Birmingham crew. But he wasn't really well known. But he just passed his judge certification, and he volunteered to help out at this event. And what the awesome thing is, right? I'd never heard of this guy before, but he'd heard of me before because I was so prominent in the community. And hotels for this event were way too expensive. I couldn't afford to stay at this event. But James Tan, ladies and gentlemen, James Tan, one of the coolest guys I know. He was like, bro, I live an hour and a half drive from the venue. You can just stay at my house. And I've never spoken to this. I don't even have a picture of James, very sadly. But I'd never spoken to this man before. And he was like, yeah, man, you're judging this event. You're running the Bushiroad event with me as a fellow judge. 100% stay at my place. And I was like, holy shit. That was the first message we'd ever spoken to each other was, can I stay at your place? Yes, go for it. And I was like, damn. So I stayed at his place. We played Vanguard. We played Dragon Ball card game. We just hung out. It was chill. Like, dude, like, James Tan went from just another judge to one of my best friends that weekend. He was just such a bro in every way. Like, we were cooking food together. It was great. And we were singing in the car ride back to and from the venue. Like, we just had that spark, you know? Like, he was so cool. But the funny thing about him was, and this event was, this was before Springfest. And Bushiroad said, like, yeah, we want to give other less experienced judges experienced judging events. And he messaged me saying, like, I applied for Cardiff and I got selected. Did you get selected? And I said no. And I told him, like, Bushiroad said they don't want to take me on for this event because they want other judges to get experienced judging events. And he's like, oh, sorry. I copied and pasted the Bushiroad email, which said, we want other judges who are less experienced to, you know, get a feel to have opportunity to run events. And he's like, oh, you mean less experienced judges like me? And I was like, yep, exactly like you. And he was like, does that... We were chatting, he says, does that mean you're going to watch me like a hawk during Springfest? And I said, yep, I'm going to criticize everything you do and make sure you improve. And he's like, I'm scared, but I'm thankful. And he ended up doing really, really well that Springfest. It was, you know, he, like, his presence wasn't as prominent as mine at an event. Like, you know, if I'm judging an event, you know that I'm judging that event, and you will see me working that event, and you will see me doing things to ensure that event goes smoothly. His presence wasn't as, like, prominent, but I could tell that, you know, he was doing stuff to help the event go smoothly. And that's all I needed. So, this may sound like a betrayal, Core, but I will be honest, if I had to pick any other judge in the UK to succeed me as, like, you know, the UK judge, I think it would have to be James. Followed by Dan in close second, followed by Jason in close third. I'm very sorry, Core, but I have to be honest. That's how it is. However, on that note, if you would like, Core, drop me a message after the stream, and, you know, if you're willing to take it, I'm more than happy to give you blunt, like, brutally honest feedback and criticism. You know, because, you know, that's what I do. Like, if nothing else, I want to see you improve. I want to see you get better. I want to see you wearing that burgundy shirt again. But right now, you know, there are a few things that will hold you back from that, I'm afraid. But I'm more than willing to tell you exactly what they are in case you're able to work on those. So anyway, so that's Springfest. So I went to Springfest going, like, I just want to win Weiss. Or sorry, I just want to top 4 Weiss so that I can win this Persona 5 playmat for Different Fight. And I was like, well, I guess, like, I'm not judging. So Weiss was on day 2. So, like, I want to judge day 1 but play day 2. Can we do that? And Bushiroad was like, no. So I was like, great, guess I'm playing day 1 as well. What do I play day, you know, like, but I don't have a team for day 1. In comes, once again, Dominic fucking Manzi. Dude, like, Dom has been such a great part of my Vanguard career. I owe him a lot. I don't know if he's watching, but Dom Manzi is probably the best Shadow Paladin player I know. Like, that dude's one of the best Vanguard players in the UK, but he's so fucking unlucky. Like, I don't think he's ever top 8'd a major event, because he's, like, the dude is so unlucky, but he's so good at Vanguard. Like, I want Dom to win so much. Like, he's such a good friend of mine, and it's so unfair that he doesn't get the recognition he deserves. That dude's a fucking beast. Like, he's such a good player. But yeah, he was like, I told him, like, you know, Bushiroad don't want me judging day 1, so now I need a team for Vanguard on day 1. And he's like, dude, just join me and Nick. And I was like, yeah, but don't you and Nick, you should team with Mohammed. And Mohammed was like, yeah. No, sorry. Dom's like, yes, but Mohammed is currently in Spain on holiday. And I was like, what? What do you mean Mohammed's in Spain? And he's like, yeah, Mohammed's, like, fucking in Spain. I was like, oh shit, okay then. Hi, curious when does 616 come out? If you're talking about Zero, I don't know, because I don't pay attention to Zero that much. I'm afraid you'll have to ask someone else. Sorry, Nebi, I'm not into Zero. So yeah, so Dom was like, yeah, just fucking team with me and Mohammed. And I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. And I was like, I don't have any good decks. I don't have like anything competitive. So he was like, no worries, like me or Nick or someone can just lend you something. I was like, sure, just like what do you want the team to be? And he goes, so Dominic was like, I'm gonna play Gear Chronicle because it's GBT. This was, I think, did we have GBT 14 yet? Yeah, we did because I was playing Rene. So we had Dominate, which was like one of the best decks in the game. We had DI, which was also one of the best decks in the game. We didn't have Anj because Anj wasn't out yet. No, Anj wasn't out for Cardiff. I'm pretty sure Anj was not out for Cardiff. I'm almost certain Anj was not out for Cardiff. Was it? No way, right? Was it? Could have sworn it wasn't. Wait. 2018 Springfest UK Cardiff. This champion team has Anj on it. I'll say wrong, but Angel Gears. It did have Anj. Okay, right. I'm wrong. I'm very wrong. Okay, sure. I'm very wrong. But anyway, so yeah, Dominic and I didn't have access to Anj, unfortunately, which is annoying. So we had ZTV, which was the best deck in the game. And so like, what else do we have? We have Victor. We have Link Joker, because I owned all of Link Joker and Victor, because I split a case with Different Fight earlier that year. We had Angel Geese, but I don't think that was very good. And then I don't think Angel Geese was like good enough to be what weren't playing. And we had Dominate. So I didn't own Dominate. Nick had Dominate. But I took Nick's cards and modified them. So I played Dominate with Nick's deck with a modification, which left Nick to play Darkness. But Nick's Darkness deck was bad. Like, I remember like literally the morning of the tournament looking through Nick's deck and be like, Nick, what the fuck are you doing? This card sucks. And like Dom and I basically rebuilt his deck like the morning of. And somehow, how about we speaking? Not okay. By Nick's standards, not that bad. But by Dom's and I standards, unplayable. But yeah, we somehow in that event, despite me having not played for months and months and having picked up a Dominate deck that I barely played at all, I played that deck like once or twice before Springfest. We made top 8. Like, I don't know how, but we're sitting there like, going like, holy shit, dude, we're in top 8. And Dom's like, yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Like, Dom was such a fucking wingman. Like, the entire day, I was saying to Dom, like, I don't know, man. I don't know if we can do it. Like, I'm playing Dominate. Nick's playing some garbage Darkness deck. I don't know what we can do. And Dom's like, nah, it's fine, man. We got this. We got this. And sure enough, we made it to fucking top 8. I was like, holy shit. Holy shit. But, unfortunately, top 8 is when it all started falling apart. Because I was up against Luard in top 8. And oh my lord. So before we talk about why we lost, let me build the deck. So deck log. Vanguard. Premium. Nubatana. Let's go. Let's build this deck. Nope, still in reboot. A little bit further. There we go. Alright. So this was both one of the best and worst decks I've ever built in my life. It's just there. What's the other guy I'm looking for? Oh, this is TD, that's why. I don't know if I was playing that or not. What PG? This bitch. What else? This thing. This and this. Let's see. 2 cards over. I think it was this. And what else was there? I wasn't playing Ozai at the time. I didn't realize how good that card was. And then G-Zone. G-Zone. I had the Drachma. I had this thing. I had 4 of this because it was broken. I had this. 1 of this. 2 of this. 2 of this. 1 of this. GB8. And 2 of this. That looks about right. Yeah, that looks about right. Alright. So this is 2018 Springfest, or 2018 Team League. Top 8. What's the noob with GB8? Whenever your opponent calls a card from... Whenever your opponent would guard, they have to count... You can either Counter Blast 1 or Soul Blast 1, and they discard a card. I think it's along those lines. Like, I think it's whenever they guard or whenever they would guard. Let me read in a sec once this loads. Give it a second. Chrome is being slow. So GB8. Yeah, when your opponent's unit will be placed... Wait. Yeah, when your opponent's unit will be placed on guard from hand, you can Counter Blast 1 or Soul Blast 1, and if you do, they discard 2 cards. That was it. That was it. It's not actually that good. It's alright, but it's not that good. It's not that good. But anyway, the reason I lost my top 8 match was because I drew into this piece of shit. I opened this card, and I did not open any Foxes. I had 0 Katari Kitsune. This was my only grade 3 all game. I remember the rules back then were you couldn't guard with higher than your grade. So I couldn't even guard this out of my hand and G-Assist. I was just stuck with this piece of shit in my hand. Like, what the fuck can I do? Like, literally, what can I do? So I had to grade 2 game. And then he gave me first stride. But then I had to stride this piece of shit anyway. And the turn after, I still didn't find any Shiranuis or Katari Kitsunes. I drew this, I rode this, and then discarded 2 for stride. I had to discard a grade 2 and a grade 1 for stride. And I strode into fucking Zanki, and it did nothing. And the turn after, I lost, but we got high cards. No, we couldn't. I guarantee you we couldn't. Because Dust was still really good back then. Dust was still really good back then. After 7 Cs? No, I don't think so. I think guarding with high cards was Reboot, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was Reboot was the guard change. Like, because Dust was still really good. Dust was still really good. It was definitely after Cardiff, I can tell you that much. But anyway, so I had to write this piece of shit, discard 2 cards to stride, but I was toe-for-toeing him with Rene. But then the turn before I lost, he had 3 cards in hand, and if I had hit the Zanki, if I had ridden Zanki at the right timing, he would have been unable to guard my Mukuro turn. Not Mukuro. I would have Mukroed him, and he would have only had 2 cards to guard the Mukro, and he would have lost. If I had just fucking hit the Zanki, I would have won that game. But I hit this, couldn't G-assist, had to ride this garbage, and did nothing, and I was like... unfortunate. But there was still hope. There was still hope. Because Nick had somehow beaten his opponent. Nick was playing Darkness and had somehow beaten his opponent, but Dom playing ZTB was up against Dominate as well. Now, I'm not saying that my Dominate list was optimal. My Dominate list was good, but it wasn't perfect. But it was good. It was very good. Now, other than having like 3 Grade 2s that you never wanted to ride. And there's one card that I think is not very good in Dominate at all, which is Furai. Furai is the Grade 1, where if you have less cards in hand than your opponent, Counterblast 1 into Soul, and your opponent binds a card at random from their hand until the end of turn. And Dom's sitting there after the first stride, having done ZTB things with the perfect hand. 2 PGs, 2 heals, everything he uses. Fuki, yeah, sorry, not Furai, Fuki. Furai's the Grade 2. Anyway. Dom has everything he needs. Like, Dom is ready to like G-Guard and go into Heritage and win the game next turn. And the Nubatama player fucking drops the Fuki and rips the heal out. And he does it in such a way that Dom is unable to guard the turn. So, he G-Guards one Dominate swing, PG's the other one, PG's the Vanguard, and then the Nubatama player hits a crit and gives crit to rear, and without having that other PG in hand, Dom cannot guard and just gets fucking like annihilated by ZTD in a game that he 100% had like... And Dom had like 10 cards in hand. Yeah, 10 cards in hand. There was like a what? It was a 1 in... 210. It was a 1 in 5 chance. 20% chance for that Fuki to hit the heal trigger. And it's like, holy shit. And like that guy's deck was not very... I guarantee you that guy's deck was not very good. In fact, did he win? I think he may have been winning. Ah, thank you for your Prime, Hal. Welcome back. Have you heard of Amazon Prime Gaming? It wasn't the French team. This is the French team. I respect the French team. It wasn't them. Was it these guys? I don't think it was these guys. There's no Dominate here. Well, he's not playing Fuki, so... Was it these guys? It might have been these guys. Yeah! These guys! So yeah, Nick somehow shredded gears with Darkness. I don't know how. I lost to this Luard list because I missed Grade 3. And this fucking Fuki cost Dom the game into top 8. Like, look at this Dominate list. He's not playing stands. Where's his fucking stand triggers? Where's his, Fuck, where's his... Oh, what's it called? Where's his Sadatsugu? No Sadatsugu. 3 Oboro? What the fuck? Like, come on, bro. Like, I don't know how this deck came third. I actually don't know how that deck came third. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The list is fucking garbage. Like, okay, this, like, my list is not perfect. But I can confidently say that this list was better than that list. By a mile and a half. Mile and a half. My list is so much better. Like, I honestly believe that this Nubatama list is like 2, maybe 3 cards away from perfect. Honestly believe that. But yeah, so I personally wasn't... I didn't lose to it. My Gear Chronicle player lost to it because he randomly got Fuki'd and his heal got ripped out of hand by the Fuki. And so he couldn't Heritage. Anyway, despite all of that, I was not very upset because, I wasn't expecting to play this event anyway. I was just like, I'm here to play Weiss. I'm here to, win a playmat. That's it. Getting top 8 was cool, and if nothing else, I think it was one of Dom's first top 8s. And like that really put him on the map. Like, you know, after that point, people started realizing like, wow, Dom's actually a really good player. Like, he consistently, like, you know, does really well at events. He's consistently playing the best decks. He's consistently winning. And it still really upsets me that Dom has never really won an event, even though he deserves to. But yeah, we had top 8, and then we had that photo that I put up on screen where I couldn't remember half of the people's faces. I'll put it back up on the stream for those of you just tuning in. But 2018 was the year of the annual post-Cardiff meal with the lads, Team Brexit. And funnily enough, Hal, you thought I was going to go through this section without mentioning this? This was the year I met Hal. This was the year I met Hal. And the way I met Hal, oh boy. Oh boy. I was matched against Hal in round 5, round 6. I don't remember exactly what round, but I got matched against Hal. And, you know, he was playing, I think he was playing Gears? I think it was Gears. And I sacked him upside down. Like, it was... The way I abused this young man was horrendously offensive. Like, he went first stride Avenir Phoenix, hit me with a unicorn, and I first checked a heal, and he was just like, what the fuck? He then hits me with a cruising, and I hit a crit. So I get 2 defensives on his Avenir Phoenix, and he's like, well, I can't fucking do anything anymore. And then I PG's Avenir Phoenix, and then he passes. And then I Zanky him. I do Zanky things. I use Miyabi, the grade 2 Amber clone, rip a card out of his hand, attack with Vanguard, double stand the Miyabi column, rip another card out of his hand, and he just fucking rolls over and dies. And he gets no triggers, by the way. He saw like 2 triggers on drive checks and none on the defensives. Yes, I also tried to second stride Drachma and realized I wasn't GB3, got a warning from the judge, and went back into Rene. That's also a very important thing. Because I G-guarded, and I thought I had used the flip G-guard, but I'd used the regular G-guard. So I was only GB2, not GB3. So yeah, I tried to cheat, and ended up fucking winning anyway, even though I couldn't. That's the level of brutality we're talking about here. But, funny story. Here's the icing on the cap, right? That was when I first met Hal. But that's not when we became friends. That isn't when we became friends. Hal's part 2 of the Hal story will come up later. It'll come up later, I promise. But for now, we have to talk about day 2. So even though this isn't Vanguard, I'm still going to talk about this. Day 2 of Springfest. Day 2 of Springfest was a good day. It was a very good day. Because... yeah, so Hal mentioned in the chat, like, he said, nice top, and I said, I don't care. Because... I didn't care about Vanguard. Like, I was just there for the journey. I was there for the ride. I was there for Dom. Like, you know, just to help Dom win, get his top that he deserved. Like, the top wasn't for me. I didn't give a shit about topping there at all. Like, who cares? I was there for Weiss and Weiss only. And what happened in Weiss? I'm glad you asked. Oh, that's fucking huge. That's what happened in Weiss. That is what happened in Weiss. Aim only to get 4th place, top 4. Ended up winning the whole thing. In fact, let's go have a look at that. Deck recipe. We have ENWS TCG. Does this link work? Oh, link works. Here we go. 2018 Team League. UK Cardiff. Champion team. And of course, I am playing. Of course, I'm playing Attack on Titan. Of course, I'm playing Attack on Titan. When we first met, yeah. So this is the 2017 story I hadn't told. So yeah, Matt reminded me. Like I said, 2017 Team League. I was only there to take the judge exam. I wasn't there to play in an event. I was there to take the judge exam. But I ended up day 2, and I was like, shit, I need to day 2 now. I don't have clothes. I didn't pack clothes for tomorrow. We didn't book a hotel. So Andre and I had to like book a hotel out of nowhere. And we tried to like just go to Primark to buy another shirt as the event ended. But the shops had already closed. So I had to just... I had to keep re-wearing my smelly old clothes from Saturday on the Sunday for day 2. And that really threw me for a loop. And yeah, like Matt said, like, he was like, I have an IMAX you can borrow. I was like, as long as it's not Mio, because I fucking hate Mio. And he's like, it's Mio. I'm like, fuck, I'm not wearing that shirt. So instead, I just went to like a local corner shop, bought a can of deodorant, and just deodoranted my entire shirt like that night and the morning after. And like, you know, no one complained about my BO, so I'll take that as a win. But yeah, so this is champion team playing Attack on Titan, and this was what we called our team. This was our deck name and team name. Are you ready for this image? This is the best image of this is my favorite image. I fucking love this picture. And no one watching this will know who this is. No one knows who this is. This is a guy called Connor Pelham. He is a very big... Yeah, Connor Pelham. He is the champion of English White Shorts. Not like tournament champion, that's Riaz. But he like, you know, he's a fervent supporter of English White Shorts. So that's the team name. Pretty good. Pretty funny. But yeah, so I ended up winning that. Came first. I gave Chris the Persona 5 playmat for his birthday, like I said I would, like a good friend. All good, all happy, everyone's cool. 2018 though, Cardiff was not the only event I played. I also judged Germany. And that led to one of my favorite pictures of all time. Germany event gave us this beautiful picture. Oh, one bigger. What a good photo. So, recognize these faces? Recognize these faces? On the left, we have our friendly neighborhood streamer, JJ, also known as GG Mr. Rogers. Next to him is the Solemn Vanguard channel. In the middle is me. Next to him is Jay, the quiet time leap champion of Europe. The best Gear Chronicle player in Europe. And on the far right is Liu Bo Chen, one of the greatest Royal Paladin mains I've ever gotten to know, a very good friend of me in Different Fight, and most importantly, 3rd place Worlds that year. God, this was such a beautiful team. This was such a beautiful photograph. I love this photo so much. So much. This is such a good photo. But yeah, like, that was one of the events, like, that was one of the photos that, like, again, really put me on the map for judging. Because, like, you know, I was judging events in Belgium and in Germany, and people were like, damn, who's this British judge coming in and, like, you know, revolutionizing our tournament system? Like, whew, that's me, baby. That's me. And again, so I told this story last time on stream, but I was judging the event, and I had nowhere to stay, and so I messaged Maxime, despite not knowing Maxime very well, and I was like, hey bro, can I stay at your place? And he was like, yeah man, sure. And I fucking So I don't have. This is jump pictures from Germany. But for Belgium, I stayed over at Maxime's house. He's like, yeah, man, just fucking stay over at mine. We can go to the event and shit. I was like, damn, cool. And this is the only photo I took from that trip, which is this car was parked outside of Maxime's house. That's the only photo I took. This is the only photo I have from when I stayed at Maxime's house. It's just a car whose number plate is Ho. But yeah, that's me staying at that was me staying at Maxime's for Belgium. So that was Springfest. Like, not only did I judge two really well-run events, but I'd also gotten two top 8s. Sorry, well, a top 8 and a first place back to back on the same weekend. Like, you know, that was everything I needed. That was everything I needed to be. And I think I still have somewhere. Which box is it in? This box. Yes, it is. And in fact, this card is the reason I built Bang Dream in English, because when I won this, I already had Bang Dream in Japanese. And I was like, I don't really care about English. Like, I don't really care about English white shorts. But I had won the promo, and I was owed like 5 or 6 boxes worth of product as judge compensation from, like, you know, Vanguard events and Weiss events and other stuff. So I was like, hey, can I just get Bang Dream as my boxes, as my judge compensation? And they're like, yeah, sure. And so I built almost this entire deck for basically for free. Like, the only things I had to buy were the set 1 pieces, like toilet event. Like, I had to buy where is it? I didn't even play toilets in the end. I fucking cut toilets in the end. But level 1 Casimir combo, the Christmas Casimir, I bought these. And I had to buy my 4th Yukina because I only opened 3 in my boxes. But yeah, I had this deck, and the deck was good for like at least half a year. And I spent like just over 100 quid on the Casimir combo. So value. You told me? I think you did, yeah. I don't remember, I think it was you. But anyway. So that's Springfest. And at this point, you know, I'd been playing Link Joker, I'd been playing Meta, and then we had the demo of Reboot, and then Reboot came in, and I split a case with Dom on release, and I built Oracle Think Tank, which was the best deck in the game on release. But Reboot was really fucking boring. So boring, in fact, that after a year and a half of Yellow Card Vanguard, Tony, you know, the good boy Toku, he lost faith in Vanguard. Like, you know, he lost motivation. He didn't want to play Vanguard anymore. And without someone else to run Yellow Card Vanguard with, I was like, I don't want to do it on my own. You know, like, the whole point about Yellow Card Vanguard was it was supposed to be me and Tony working together. So without him, Yellow Card Vanguard died. And I just stopped caring about Vanguard, and I got back into Magic, I got back into Weiss, I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Believe it or not, fucking playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, it was real. Like, I was just moving from day to day. It wasn't very exciting. And then, you know, 2019 rolls around, V-Series has improved. Sorry, let me talk about 2018 Spring, I guess. 2018 BCS. 2018 BCS, I was judging because I just didn't want to fucking play because, you know, like, to me, Vanguard was a shit game at that point. But I was judging, and originally I'd only applied to judge London because, you know, like, London's my home turf, it's Darksphere, I know the guys that run Darksphere, like, if anyone is judging London, it has to be me, was what I thought. And then I got told, actually, Ben, we need you for a lot more events in 2018 if you can make it. And I was like, what do you mean? He goes, yeah, like, literally not enough judges have applied to judge 2018 events. I was like, oh, okay. Like, you know, like, what events do you need to do? I was like, we need you to come to Portugal and we need you to come to Belgium. I was like, sure, I can do that. So again, I traveled all over Europe for a bunch of events. It was cool, nothing major.
But yeah, like, judged a bunch of those events, and at that point, Bushiroad was so desperate. They were so desperate for people to run events that they were like, you know what, Ben, so this was before Steven left Bushiroad EU. He was like, look, I booked a twin room for this event, in this country. If you want, I can even I can share the event. I can share the hotel with you, and it's on Bushiroad's expenses. So you don't even have to pay for the hotel. Just come help me judge this event. I was like, deal. So I paid for the flight, and that was it. It was a really cool event. Nothing special. It was cool. But yeah, there was a lot of stuff going on like that season. And what I'm most proud of is BCS 2018 London. It was me, it was Alan Robertson. Who else was there? It was Krzysztof Brzezinski. Who else was there? Who else was judging BCS London 2018? Me, Krzysztof, Alan, and two other guys. Who else was it? Yes, Dan Cottam and one other guy. What's his name? He had he wore glasses, had a ponytail, and had a beard, and he's from the Manchester group. No, it wasn't Glenn. Glenn was doing something else. Oh, who was it? What's his name? I've seen him a lot at events. I just don't remember his name. But yeah, glasses, ponytail, slightly bushy beard, slightly skinny. You guys know who I'm talking about. But yeah, that was one of the first. That was one of the biggest events I'd ever judged. And at that time, I should not have been able to do what I did at that event, because I didn't even judging properly for a year and a half at that point. Only for a year and a half. But I came into that room. I was like, London is my home turf. I know the TO. Everyone knows me at this point. I'm taking control of this event. I literally looked at Sasha and Steven, Bushiroad, you guys, and I was like, it's that fucking scene from the Captain Phillips. I was like, look at me. I'm the captain now. I'm the head judge now. I'm running this event. And they were like, go for it. Do what you want. Dave was like, here's the microphone. Here's the speaker. You give the player announcement. You say hello to the players. This is your event. And I was like, hell yeah, it's my event. And I like to think it was a success. I gave a player introduction. I welcomed everyone to London. I told it was a huge turnout. It was we had 350 people for standard. Massive event. I was like, welcome everyone. Thank you for coming all the way down to London. Thank you for proving that events in London are worth the money, because there's so many people here. Welcome to standard, everything. And I was dishing out policy left and right. I was I said I remember there was one point Dan came out, he was like, Ben, I've got a question on this ruling. Is this correct? I said, yes, you got the answer correct. He's like, how do I resolve it? I told him you can either do this or that. I trust your decision. He's like, okay, cool, I'll do this. I remember Alan, someone tried to appeal a ruling Alan gave. So I had to come back and say nope, Alan is correct. That's I stand by his penalty. That's what it is. I was literally in the driver's seat, and it felt so good. And in fact, there's one funny anecdote from 2018 BCS London. In Premium, so day 2, Premium BCS London 2018, we start off the day saying 25 minutes on round, blah blah. 25 minutes, regular time things, blah blah. And by round 2 or round 3, Alan came up to me and was like, Ben, we've been taking 40 minutes around. It's already 12:30 and we're barely done with round 3 or something. Or 11. He was like, yeah, we're missing, we've lost so much time already. We can't keep this up. We need to fix something. We need to do something, or Swiss is not going to end on time. And I looked at him, and I looked at the paper he gave me. I brought him, me, Dave Salisbury, who was the official TO on paper, and Alexi, who's the venue owner of Darkstare. I brought them to the back room and I told them 20-minute rounds from now on. Just cut 5 minutes from the round, because we have to get it done on time. And they were like, sure. And they literally said, do we
do we tell anyone? And I'm like, no, tell nobody. Just call time on the round 5 minutes early. I'll tell the rest of the judges. And I go to the other judges, like, I told the other judges, like, we're doing 20 minutes round from now on. Don't tell anyone. Just listen to me say when time on the round is. And they're like, okay, sure. And that was it. And yeah, we cut 5 minutes from every round, from round 4 onwards, and nobody was none the wiser. And the event ended on time, and everything was a success. So yeah, that was shouldn't have happened, but it happened. That was 2018 BCS. And then what? Worlds was fun. Worlds was really fun because I stayed over at Julian's house to watch Worlds. Okay, here's another thing that happened at BCS. London. We got to have Mo versus Dominic, the local London clash. And it was so heartbreaking to watch these two have to play against each other. Because, like, you know, these two are, like, they're really good friends, they're really good Vanguard players. And the fact that they had to knock each other out in the last round of Swiss was absolutely heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking. And again, you see what I mean? Like, Dom deserves the tournament win. And he keeps, like, getting sacked by me or losing to Mohammed or whatever. He's just always short of that win. It's so sad. But anyway, that was that. What else is from 2018? Yeah, that's that. And then... oh, this was 2018 as well. Buddy Fight Regionals 2018. This is when I met Krishiv and the Buddy Fight guys properly. And it's when I became friends with these guys. That event was I think my first or second ever time judging Buddy Fight. And I didn't really know what I was doing. Like, I was there to judge Weiss, but I got told, like, no, Ben, you know, we need you to judge Buddy Fight as well, because, you know, the other guy, like, the guy doing Weiss went home. And I was like, oh shit, if you say so. And so I ended up judging Buddy Fight despite not knowing what I was doing. And it was fine. I learned Buddy Fight, you know, day off. Had a chat, you know, got to know Krishiv. And, you know, Team Brexit expanded from that point onwards. So now we have Vanguard Brexit and Buddy Fight Brexit. But yeah, that was a fun event. And this photo, like, this is a fucking great photo. I'm very happy with this photo. That was also 2018. Put up ice cream image. I don't have that. I haven't saved that. Let me grab it. Let me open it. I can't find it. Where did you have you ever sent it in? Send it to me directly on Facebook so I can find it. Or is it in a different group? Which way? Isn't it? It might be in this group actually. Maybe. It's not in that group. Yeah, send it to me. But so that's 2018. A lot of dumb shit happening, but it went off mostly without a hitch. And then for Worlds, I was at Julian's house watching Worlds. And this is a pretty good picture because, like, this was the year that we had, yeah, Julian falling asleep at World, you know, watching Worlds. I'm sitting going like, now what? This was the year that I think it was Colin won. I think Colin won this year. Am I right? Meg Conley came first. Yeah, Meg Conley won this year. And, like, we woke up the morning after, because I fell asleep as well. And we messaged Mike, because Meg Conley's playing, like, tell him, like, Mike, Meg Conley's fucking won World. He's like, fuck off. He was so upset that that's what happened. That was funny. That was 2018. You know, bad time for Vanguard, but good time for everyone else. And then 2019 was a bit of like 2019 is when things started improving. I wouldn't say they became better, but they improved. I'll give them that much at least. So we had What was the first thing we had in 2019? Was it Springfest? I think it might have been Springfest. Yeah, I think it might have been Springfest was the first thing in 2019, I remember. Because at that point, like in 2019, I was going like really hard at locals. So I didn't play a single game of Vanguard in 2019. I was just like helping judge the Brotherhood, helping judge like Milton Keynes locals, like, you know, going all over the place. Like, you know, like I was done with playing Vanguard because I lost faith in the reboot. I was like, you know, I just want to, even though I'm not enjoying playing Vanguard, I want to make it so that other people are enjoying Vanguard, and I will do whatever it takes to make sure that other people enjoy Vanguard. That's what I did. And then, yeah, so the first up, I remember judging, like, I think I judged like 3 or 4 events in 2019 Springfest. Like, I judged Lisbon, and I judged Antwerp, and I judged Cardiff. It was a huge, huge amount of traveling there. So, Lisbon was cool. You know, nothing really went wrong there. There was Buddy Fight and Vanguard, so I just hung out with Krishiv. We got to do, you know, more Brexit shit in Buddy Fight. I got to Lisbon was the last time Steven would run an event. Like, Lisbon was Steven's last event as a member of Bushiroad. No, it wasn't. No, it was his last Springfest at Bushiroad because he was still at 2019 BCS. But yeah. So at that point, you know, like, it was fun working Springfest with Steven. You know, hung out with him a lot. You know, chill, talk about Shadowverse, talk about Pokemon. Antwerp was. So for Antwerp only had premium, not standard, right? And I think Solemn told this story on his video about There you go, I got the image. Solemn told the story in his video about what is it? Yeah, about his history of Vanguard and how there was a team that was meant to be me, Solemn, and Mohammed at BCS Belgium. Or the team happened, but it was originally meant to be me, Solemn, and Different Fight. And, you know, it was meant to be like Team YouTube, but like when we were meant to like try hard and like try and get a first place win at a team league, to show like we're not just dumb YouTubers, we know what we're talking about, you know, we're good at the game. But Chris had to drop out, so we replaced him with Mohammed. And I remember like I was grinding with Maxime really hard. Like we were testing every night. Like we were testing like Ange versus DI versus Great Nature versus like Shadow Paladin. We were doing so much testing. And it was like, it was fun, but it wasn't amazing, right? It was cool, you know, we were getting there. And comes the event of the day, Premium. Round 1, we win easily. Mohammed's playing OTT, I'm playing Dominate again, and Maxime's playing Ange. We win round 1. Round 2, Mohammed is playing against Genesis, which, as you all know, is Mohammed's like main clan, you know, his #1 clan. And he, the guy rides Himiko, and Mohammed's like, oh, it's Himiko, geez, you know, it's not Wiseman, I'm safe. And he just, you know, he like Mohammed does what Mohammed does, and he goes into the tank for like 20 minutes. He's like, and he just sits there looking at the cards and just thinking for like 5 to 10 minutes, like going, what do I do here? What do I do here? What do I do here? And then eventually Mohammed makes a play, and it looks like Mohammed is about to win, and then the guy just fucking Wiseman loops him out of nowhere with Himiko, and Mohammed's like, what the fuck just happened? And like, he was so tilted. I remember like, we're just like chilling, and I was like, I can't believe I lost that. Oh my god. Oh. And Maxime had lost to his friend playing Pale Moon. So Maxime couldn't find Ange. You know, he rode, couldn't find Ange. Like, he did the superior ride into Riviere, but sat on Riviere all game, and then just got looped on by Pale Moon and saw 0 defensives. So he just died to Pale Moon loop. And then round 2, Mohammed ended up losing to Geese. You know, it's unfortunate, like, Geese just got the perfect game. They got, like, you know, they got, like, turn 4 Geese or some shit, and there's no way you can do anything about that. And then I lost to Gold Paladin because I got greedy. Basically, in our testing, we realized that First Ride Rene was trash. Like, you should never, ever, ever First Ride Rene without GB3. So I got the First Ride, he gave up First Ride, And so I tried to be clever and stride into Magen Tenbu. No, I didn't. I thought about going to Magen Tenbu, but he filled his board. So he had 6 units on board. Sorry, 7, including his Axel Circle. So his board was full. So I was like, shit, I can punish him with Rene. I was like, I know first stride Rene is usually bad, but let's try to first stride the Rene. So I first stride Rene, did some stuff. He survived it because he didn't have crits, he just took a bunch of damage. And then I second stride Rene, and he uses the flip G-Guard, Elise, to call something over the other dominate attack. So I was like, okay, so he negates the Rene, but I still ripped 2+ cards out of his hand, let's bash him a bit. He survives, but with no cards in hand. So he literally goes draw, stride into fucking Helios, vanilla Helios swing, pass. I'm like, I got this. I fucking got this. And I go to stride into another Rene, and I'm like, I'm out of Renes. I'm out of strides. Because I only had 1 pair of Magen Tenbu. I had Renes. I had Mukuro, which Mukuro wouldn't have done anything because he has no rear guards for me to attack. He has no rear guards for me to dominate. He already has he already has 4 cards in hand. So Tsukumurakan doesn't do anything. I can't Tsukumurakan him because he's not going to discard anything. I didn't have a Targo Lords. A Targo Lord would have been good if I didn't have any. And I only had GB8, and GB8 wasn't live. So I literally had to vanilla stride him back. And then he fucking survives. He had crit, which I got perfect guarded. So he had crit, which he can guard. Draw PG, which he PGs my Vanguard attack. And then he just takes my 6th attack that does nothing and just goes to 5. I'm like, holy shit, what do I do now? He has no rear guards. I can't dominate. What can I do? And he just fucking top decks another stride. Yeah, he just top decks another stride, hits me, and because I committed a board, just rush down. I only had 3 cards in hand. I had to give him a 2 to pass, and he fucking double crits me, and I lose. So I was like, if I had just kept the fucking Rene, we could have been top 8. Because there were only 4 rounds of Swiss at that event. There were only 4 rounds of Swiss. It was so they only cut to top 4. They didn't even cut to top 8. We could have won. If Mohammed hadn't out mind gamed himself, and I hadn't been greedy, Maxim's games were perfect. Other than the game that he got looped on by Pale Moon, his games were perfect. There was nothing to complain about. We had done so much practicing and testing. It felt so bad to lose that. So upsetting to lose that. But yeah, that was Antwerp. Day 2 was Buddy Fight. It was cool. I judged that one instead. I also judged Weiss. Things were pretty... So, we had 2 people from the UK come to Antwerp for the Springfest that year. And there was a meme going at that point, I knew Thujan, I knew Krishev, I knew the guys. Time, no, that's Portugal. I'll tell that story afterwards. But it was me, Thujan, and someone else playing Buddy Fight. And at that point, we had this meme going on of UK domination. We were trying to get it so that someone from the UK would win every single Buddy Fight in Europe. And we got there, most Buddy Fight events in Europe were won by UK people. But I was helping. Thujan's my friend, right? I was chatting with him after the event. I was saying oh, you can, yeah, this. And I was telling him, you can afford to lose 1 round of Swiss and you can still make top 8, stuff like that. I was giving him prizes. And based on that, someone reported, one of the Belgian guys reported even I think this judge is biased. They're both from England. He's trying to help this English guy. I think this judge is biased. And I was like, wow, okay, I would not have said anything. I would have told you this. If you asked me, can I make top 8? I would have answered the same question to anyone else. That was the only stain on my judge career, I would say. Was that I got too zealous, being friends with Thujan. So the Shark story is at Portugal. So Lisbon BCS, Krishev is in the finals of Buddy Fight. He's playing against his opponent. His opponent hasn't been playing Buddy Fight for very long. She's not that good at the game. She's not very experienced. She doesn't know how tournaments work. And he's playing against her. He's doing okay. She's in a decent position, but there's no clear winner yet. It's game 3. She's playing Mystic Knights, which for those of you that know Buddy Fight, know that's a very spell-heavy deck. You know, it just wants to like spell, do stuff. And Chris is playing Max Dragons, which is known for not really having spell nulls. Like, they have some, but not a lot. And so she goes, spell, and he goes, hang on a minute, spell null. He goes, okay, spell. He goes, hang on a minute, spell null. And she goes, and at this point, Christoph only has 2 cards in hand, and she goes, okay, no worries, spell, draw. She doesn't even wait for his response, and he goes, wait, I had a 3rd spell null. And she's like, oh. And I was like, and you know, at this point, I'd already been, you know, like I'd already been accused of bias. So I was trying really hard to not appear biased in Christian's favor. I was like, you have drawn the card, you've added it to your hand, I'm afraid I can't rewind that, it's an irreversible game state, it's gonna have to be a game loss. And the moment I said that, you know, Chris was in like poker face, and I knew immediately deep down that that fucker was laughing and smiling and cackling. But that's where the joke about Christian being a rule shark comes from. Which, like, you know, like, he knew that's what's going to happen, and he just let it happen. He just let it happen. He knows what he was doing. This is an awful soundtrack. But yeah, that's the shark story. That's Team League. And then, yeah, Chris is on my cabinet right there. So that's Team League story. Then after Team League, this is where my Vanguard story starts to really accelerate. So after Team League, Bushiroad announces what the prizes are for BCS that year. And as some of you may know, first place premium BCS reward was of course, This is where the story starts. I see this card. I don't even care about going to Worlds. I just see this card and I'm like, I have to have that card. I have to have it. So what do? Out of nowhere, literally out of nowhere, I message Hal saying like, hey, what's your plans for BCS this year? And he's like, I don't really know. Why? What's up? And I told him, I just messaged Hal literally out of the blue saying like, I want to try hard BCS this year. Do you want to help me out? And he's like, yeah, sure. I'm like, cool. And then, you know, sometime from like June-ish, like Hal, Kalen, me, Mohammed, and EJ started like just going to Darksphere every week and like testing and practicing and like, you know, like try-harding the game. Like, I don't know where it came from, but it was pretty fucking brilliant. I'm not gonna lie. Like, you know, some of the theory that we were talking about, was dumb. Like, I remember, like, you know, like, the shit that we were discussing was super stupid. Like, you know, we were saying, like, we were testing, like, DI versus Gold Paladin. Like, if you damage Knight forever, who decks out first? Like, we literally sat there, like, counting the number of cards in deck, and then just counting to see, like who decks out first. If you pass, you know, can you attack? Can you not attack? Like, we were thinking about some really dumb shit. Like, really dumb shit. It was so stupid. But yeah, like, you know, for those like 2.5 months that we were being stupid and like, you know, talking about shit that didn't matter, we were also getting good testing, you know, we were like learning, you know, we were optimizing Ezel, like, you know, do you play this card in Ezel? Do you play that card in Ezel? Should you play the Lion package? Should you play this? Should you play that? And like, we never got, like, our deck list, like, our list for Ezel was never as optimized as the WCC list, but it was good enough to win. Because, surprise, surprise, at the end of the day, at BCS London, somehow I sacked. So, okay, I will say this up front, and once again, before anyone accuses me, I didn't win BCS London. I sacked BCS London. So I'd want to buy a card, because at that point I was already, you know, like trying to, you know, get the Messiah promo. I had the buy card. Round 1 buy, round 2 buy from the buy cards. Round 3. Round 3, my opponent just straight up didn't show up. Like, I'm sitting there at round 3, wholly expecting to play. Be like, okay, let's play round 3. What did you? I'll get to that. I'll get to that. Round 3, no one's like, sure, I guess I get a free win round 3 on 2-0. I'm now 3-0 going into round 4. Very cool. Round 4, win the dice roll. Open Superior Ride. Hit Wonder Ezel. Do dumb shit. You know, win the game I don't deserve to win. Round 5. Round 5. Win the dice roll. Go first. Open Superior Ride. That's it. Round 6. I'm playing against Luard round 6. I go first. I get Superior Ride. I open Moments. I do the thing. I whack him up to 5. He then... You know, he's like damage denying me, like going really, really safe, really close. And he then says to me... Sorry, time on round gets called. Time on round gets called. And he pushes me back to 5 and heals down to 4. And it's turn 3 of time. And he looks at me and says, I'm going to give you the win because I've already qualified for Standard Worlds. And I want to go play Standard Worlds. So I don't mind giving you the win. Like, you know, like, you put up a good fight. You know, I can respect you as an opponent. You're very good. I think you would have won if you had a little bit more time. Because, like, if we hadn't gone to time, I think you would have won because you would have had enough healing. You know, like, you had more plussing than I did. You could have just outgrinded me. Even though he was playing Ravens. He was playing the Cool Bow Raven loop. And I was still, like, blasting him every other turn. So he's like, you know, I'll give you the win. No worries. Round 7? Round 7, I play against Neo Nectar. I play against Neo Nectar in round 7. Same lure game? Yeah, that was the same game. Like, he stabilized. That's the point. So round 7, I'm playing against Neo Nectar. I go first. I have Superior Ride in hand. He rides a PG. So I rode Gareth. He rides PG. And he says the words, and I quote, you know what? I'll take the risk. And he attacks my 8k Vanguard with the 6k PG Vanguard without any other rear guards in play. And what does he do? He flips a crit and goes, oh no. Oh no. And I'm like, unfortunate, my friend. He's like, I have to give all to Vanguard, don't I? He's like, yep. He goes, oh, crit power Vanguard. I'm like, thank you. Bowman's, Blonde Ezel, Spear X, blah, 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 blah. And the game literally fucking ended that turn. The game ended that turn. It was... The dude didn't even stride. He rides grade 1, crits me, and dies. Literally dies. Yeah, like, the entire day, I had just gone first every game, and I opened Superior Ride every game. Final round of Swiss, I play against Maxime. I go first, open Superior Ride. And here's the thing, Maxime should have beaten me. Maxime came so close to beating me. And the reason I beat Maxime was because I hit double defensive and then double crit on the swing back. Like, Maxime's list was optimized. His list was better. He knew what he was doing. He knew how to play. Like, he even said, like, so... In fact, Maxime had to do double Spear X against me. And he said, like, that was the first time he did double Spear X at a tournament. And he was trying to keep it a secret, like, for the longest time as possible. And he was like, you know, like, I can't believe I have to use this against you. And he's like... And before he did, he looked at me and was like, do you promise, like, as a friend, to not tell anyone else what I'm about to do to you? I'm like, yes, I promise. He goes, okay, cool. Double Spear X. I'm like, holy shit, that's pog. And he was like, don't tell anyone else that this is possible. He's like, okay, sure. He hits me, I get double defensive, and he goes, fuck. And then I just double crit and ass blast him. So yeah, like, this is what I mean. Like, I literally sacked my way through BCS. Like, none of those wins were deserved. None of those wins were deserved. At all. Did we not have this? No, we had... We kind of did, but we hadn't figured it out as well. Like... Did it come forward? No, I don't think it did. I don't think we solved... I don't think we, like... We never explored double Spear X as, like, a legitimate option. But yeah, and now we know. But it was, like, it was wild. And then... So... Now for the Dom story. I will tell the Dom story right after I go to the toilet. Time me. In fact, you know what? We're gonna do it this way. I will speed run the toilet. We're gonna speed run the toilet. There we go. Time. 80%? No, this was 100%. I flushed, I wiped, I washed my hands. This was 100% speedrun. Full completion, glitchless. But yeah, so that was saying the Dom story. Okay. The Dom story has to start from the shop challenge where I won my buy card. We're in top 4. We are in top 4. Oh, wait. We are in the top 4 of our shop challenge for the buy card. Yeah, this is the reason there. Now I remember. This is why I messaged you about trying hard. Because you were at the shop challenge where I won where I won my buy card. Yeah, I just remembered. Anyway. So in the top 4 of that shop challenge where I was winning my buy card, I was up against Dominic. And we were playing the Gold Paladin mirror match. And you know, like I've said many times now that I love Dom. Like he's one of my best Vanguard playing friends. You know, he's a super good player. I will admit, any day of the week, that Dom is a much better Vanguard player than I am. I have no complaint saying that. Dom is an amazing Vanguard player. However, in that top 4, he ends up going into Ultima, and he puts crits on his board, and he whacked me really, really hard. And on the last attack that I can no longer guard, he hits me with Ultima, and I double 6 damage heal. I'm pretty good at doing that at this point, it seems. But yeah, I get the 6 damage heal, Dom's turn ends, and he dies to the Ultima back. And like, you know, he's not that, like, Dom's not that upset. Because Dom already has his buy card. He doesn't care. So, you know, he's like, if anything, he doesn't mind. He's like, you know, I would have scooped anyway, because you know, you're a friend, and I want my friend to have a buy card as well. I'm like, alright, thanks very much, I appreciate that. And then I beat Mohammed in the finals due to time. Like, I literally rushed Mohammed down with goals, and then just timed Mohammed out. Because of time rules. But yeah. So, that's top 4 of the BCS. Of the shop challenge, right? And then at BCS, in top 4... In fact, you know what, let me put it... It's time for emotion. In top 8 of BCS, I'm playing against Dom once again. And he's playing gold again. And the game that we played in the top 4 of BCS was literally an exact replay, like frame by frame replay of the game at our shop challenge. Like, you know, I go first, I get superior ride, I rush him down, He ultimas me. I can't survive the ultima. And then I just eat it. And I 6 damage heal once again. And like, this is what I mean. Like, I always feel so bad for Dom because he deserved to win that so much. Like, he definitely deserved that win. And I just fucking sacked him upside down. Like, I got so many. And the way it was, well, like, it was frame by frame, exactly the situation, you know. At both events, I went first. I had Superior Ride. He gets second stride Ultima. I 6 damage heal. He dies on the swing back. It was literally the exact same shit. Like, the exact same situation. I was like, holy shit, I can't believe I did that to you twice. And he looks at me and goes, he looks at me and says, if you don't fucking win this thing, I'm gonna be upset. Like, you have to win now. And I was like, for you, I'll do it. But yeah, that was absolutely wild. And then, yeah, I ended up winning. So, top 4, my opponent bricked like hell after I went first in Superior Road. And then in the finals, Andrew Hesford made 1 critical misplay. That meant he couldn't do double NLK, and I could guard 1 NLK but not 2. So because he couldn't do double NLK, I ended up surviving the entire turn. Because he played something wrong, and as a result, couldn't soul charge and couldn't get the second NLK. He didn't have enough pieces on the board to second NLK. I did also went first and had Superior Ride yet again. So there were 7, it was either 7 or 8 rounds of Swiss. It's on my Twitter, fuck it, let me look it up. It's on my Twitter. Let me put this not on the stream. Knew he had Bobos? Did we know he had Bobos? Did we know that he had Bobos? I don't remember this. Sign to me. I don't remember this. I don't remember you saying that, but I'll take your word for it. He's the man who wants me to sell out? Okay, so let me think of one. I can't think of one, I'm just gonna go on the same shit. Just reminding everyone that this stream is sponsored by Strictly Broken TCG, and Clan Selection 1 singles are now available through strictlybrokentcg.ca using discount code SBTCG Yellowcard for a discount at checkout. Please, if you haven't already picked up your Clan Selection stuff, go get it from there. It supports me, it supports the stream, it supports Strictly Broken, who I believe is a store worthy of support. I'm going to try and get UA to put CS2 stuff. You want to redeem? Alright, I'm chaining it on. So, part 2 of the redemption, part 2 of the sellout is I'm pushing for UA to get pre-orders for Clan Selection 2 up on the site as soon as possible, and those will also be eligible for the SBTC Yellow Card discount code, and it will go. I basically will get them on as soon as possible, and the moment they go live, I will let everyone know, and you can go get your CS2 stuff from there. For an SBC on box, you want it? I would love it, my friend. However, I've already bought my 4SB CBD. If you're willing to like sell me a 5th for very, very, very cheap for collection reasons, I'm listening. Part 3, oh my god. Stop. I'm gonna turn this off. I will turn this off. But as well as Clan Selection 1 and 2, we also have overdressed start decks, being priced at $4 Canadian, also available for pre-order on Strictly Broken TCG. Unfortunately, the SBTCG Yellow Code will not work on the start decks on Seal Product. It only works for singles and playsets. But when OD eventually comes out as an actual, when the overdressed booster comes out, we will release, pre-orders for that, and the SBTCG code will work for that as well. And finally, for part 4, as a bonus, Solemn Vanguard has put his Chaos Breaker playmat available, and the SBTCG Yellow Card code also works on Zero Damage Gaming for the Chaos playmat for 10% off. So go buy a Chaos playmat from Zero Damage Gaming using code SBTCG Yellow Card. Anyway, let me find this fucking tweet I'm talking about. Where's this tweet? How many subs am I on right now? According to this, it says 20. Let me find this. It's over a year old, but I tweeted about like my result. No? There it is. There it is. I played eight rounds of Swiss and then 3 rounds of Top Cut, so a total of 11 wins. Oi, Echo, 5 gift subs! What's up, buddy? I can't support SPTs, I've got everything I need, much less streaming community. You know what, buddy? I'm just happy that you're here. So, Zach Youth, EJ, Callum, Showstopper, 29 Azure, you guys, thank Echo a lot. Coming in, putting the UK coming on his back. Thank you very much, my friend. I'm so appreciative of it. I can't wait to actually like meet you in person once lockdown ends. We're definitely gonna do a celebration. Thank you once again. Round of applause for Echo, everybody. Loving this guy. Much appreciated. So yeah, like I'm saying, I played 11 rounds at BCS London. 2 of them, sorry, I played 9 rounds. I played 9 rounds out of 11. I went first all 9 and open superior all 9. Like, this is what I mean. I literally sacked. And my deck list wasn't that good. But I sacked. And that's what matters. Alright, enough of emotion. We'll let this finish. But yeah. This was my other winning deck, which again is named after a hentai manga. Okay. Again, I'm not going to put it on stream, but I really, really like this one. I like it so much. When I went to Japan that January for Worlds, I bought this book in physical Japanese edition just because I like this one so much. Whoa, Keys and Matt also getting one? Damn! Goddamn, Keys and Matt. Right, listen here, Keys and Matt, I'll tell you this up front because I know you. If I don't see you spamming the Zazan emote every other stream, we're gonna have words. You want the code? Fine, I'll give you the fucking code. I'll give you the fucking code. The code is, and I'm not going to type this, I'm going to say this, so listen and listen well. 222925. Enjoy. But yeah, this list was awful. The list that Hal ends up playing at Worlds was way better. Of course, I played something stupid at Worlds, but we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that later. But yeah. But Worlds, Worlds is a whole nother thing altogether. Where do we start with Worlds? Where do we start with Worlds? I think I need to start here, right? I think we need to start here. Team Brexit at Worlds. Lads on tour. Me grab. Right? This is the original image. You guys have seen the playmat a few times. Here it is. Lads on tour. I'm so happy with this playmat. It's a great playmat. In the corner here, featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series. Like, finally having like everyone like, cause that's the thing, right? We knew the Buddy Fight guys, and we knew the like there was Buddy Fight Brexit and Vanguard Brexit, but Buddy Fight Brexit and Vanguard Brexit had never combined. Like, this was the first time we had Buddy Fight Brexit and Vanguard Brexit together, and it was just so fucking wholesome. It was great. It was so great. Oh man, I loved it. So that was the first picture, and then obviously part 2, as you can see, what I'm wearing now. So after winning BCS London, Yue, who I had known through Weiss for ages, was like, hey man, congrats on winning BCS London. You wanna join Team Strictly Broken? I'm like, hell yeah. Also, my immediate response was, are you being serious? Like, or are you kidding? And he's like, I'm being serious. I'm like, alright, sure. But the flight, okay, I'll talk a little about the flight there, since Hal really wants to talk about this. So, me, Hal, Mohammed, and Kaylin all got the same flight to Japan. And, the gate that we were going to was like fucking... It was really far away. Like, it was on the other side of the airport from, like, where we were. So we're like, okay, let's start heading towards our gate so we can be there on time. Like, I'd rather be there early than be there late. So we're walking there, walking towards the gate, and Mohammed says, guys, I need the toilet. I'm like, there's probably, like, and there wasn't a toilet near us. Like, there was a toilet nowhere around us. And I said to him, like, there'll probably be one on as we get to the gate. Like, you know, when we're at the gate, there'll be a gate there, and you can go to the toilet too, just so that at the gate. So we walk all the way to the gate. We pass the toilet on the way, and none of us say anything. And I didn't say anything because I thought that Mohammed would have seen it and would have gone to the toilet, but he didn't. You know, he didn't say like, guys, one second, I need to go to the toilet. He just like, we just kept walking towards the gate. We get to the fucking gate, and Mohammed's like, I still really need the toilet. I'm like, dude, we passed like 2 toilets on the way here. Why don't you just go into one of them? And he was like, what do you mean? It's like, yeah, like there was one like 5 minutes ago. And he's like, oh. And then without saying anything else, he just fucking leaves us there and goes to the toilet. Like, he just walks back down to the toilet, and we're like, what was that all about? And then on the flight, for reasons that I'm not sure of, Mohammed's seat was like separate from our seat. So he was on the other side of like the thing to us. But me, Kaylin, and Hal, we checked in together for reasons. You know, like, we checked in together, and so we had seats near each other. But Hal and Kaylin had 2 seats next to each other, and I had the seat behind them. So the 3 of us won in a row, right? And I asked the person sitting next to, like, the third person in the row, Hal and Kaylin, like, would you mind swapping so I can sit next to my friends? And she was like, no. I'm like, okay, no worries, like, that's fine. I'll just, you know, I just had to chat through with Hal and Kaylin, like, through the little gap between seats, like, you know, like, and we were talking about, like, you know, theory, like, you know, talking about God Pound, like, I think you shouldn't play the lion, you know, let's cut the lion, let's add this, let's add that, let's cut this. And like, I shit you not, before the flight even gets off the ground, like, before the flight even takes off, the woman turns around and be like, you know what, swap, I can't bear listening to you guys. And like, she got the flight attendant, sorry, he got the flight attendant, and the flight attendant said like, and the person like in that row, she moved somewhere completely, like she moved to a completely different part of the flight. Like she literally left because we were being too loud, and then I just moved up to front. I was like, hell yeah, like, you know, we bullied this woman out of her seat. We literally bullied a woman out of her seat. But I got to sit next to Hal and Kaylin for the flight, which was worth it, totally worth it. And that's where this picture comes from. That is where this picture comes from. This is the part 2 of Bottle Vanguard. Because they serve, oh, you see, yeah, Mohammed's like, you see Mohammed in the background. So they served ice cream on the flight, and there's Mohammed sitting like, you know, like 2 seats away from us. But yeah. Tonight on Bottom Gear, Mohammed sits far away. Hal bullies a Japanese lady, and Ben eats ice cream. This was actually very hard to do. Like, that barely fit in my mouth. That barely fit in my mouth. But yeah, that was a fun flight. That was a very fun flight. So that was that. What else was there? So as I was saying, Team Strictly Broken. Team Strictly Broken. This is one of my favorite photos of me ever. Like, God, I love this photo. Because on the left-hand side, you've got Ryan, you've got Chris, and you've got Kern, the White Schwartz guys. And I've known these guys for ages. Like, I've known all of these guys since, you know, because we all started Weiss at the same time. So, like, you know, we've known each other for ages from Weiss, all good friends. Then there's me, and then there's John, Andy, Yue, and Nikki. Now, funny story about me and John, right there in the middle. Before joining Team Strictly Broken TCG, there he is. I'm telling this story. John and I fucking hated each other because we were two sides of the same coin. Like, we were both good at Vanguard, and we both wanted people to know that we were good at Vanguard. And the way we would tell people, like, and you know, I'm willing to admit that we're both still guilty of this, of being toxic's not the right word, but very hammer down when it comes to, like, telling people about Vanguard. You know, like, we will say, like, you're shit. Like, you're shit at Vanguard, your decks are shit, this card is shit. Like, you know, we'll say that non-stop. And the problem was, back then, because we were against each other, this style of you're shit, you're wrong, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, when you challenge that with equal hard-headedness, like, it's just a fucking disaster. So yeah, we hated each other for like a year, and then Yue was like, dude, you know, we want to get this guy on Strictly Broken. And so John started talking to me. It's like, okay, I heard you're part of Team Strictly Broken now. And then we started talking about, like, Ezel theory. And talking about, like, you know, what happened. It's like, okay, you're part of the team, let's do some testing. Nikki's playing DI, this. And I was like, yeah, I know. Like, you know, we were trading information. You know, we were getting everyone, like, up to speed. And somewhere down the line, or it was how Ezel beats DI. That's what we were talking about. We were talking about how Ezel beats DI, and we realized it doesn't. But yeah, like, somewhere down there, like, I started realizing, wait, no, okay, John's actually a really fucking good player. Like, even though, like, he's argued with me in the past, I now understand where he's coming from, and I realized that, you know, like, some of what he said was grounded in truth. And that he was just like me, and that we're really bad at conveying that truth in a way that's positive. Like, and I like to think that the same is true on his side. You know, he realized that, okay, no, this guy's actually pretty good at Vanguard. He knows what he's talking about. You know, we just didn't see eye to eye at first, but, you know, we can respect how it worked. And then, yeah, we became bros. We met at Worlds. That was it. My list back then was shit. My Chaos list back then. My Chaos list now is perfect. My Chaos list now is perfect. But yeah, that's how things went down. And then there's another photo of Worlds I want to put up real quick. One last photo of Worlds. Let me find it. Shit, am I not? Where is it? There it is. I really like this photo because there were 3 cameras when this photo was being taken, and as you can see, everyone was looking at a different camera. So in the front there, you've got Kai. Left behind Kai is Harapin. For those of you who don't know who Harapin is the guy who won Japan WGP Nationals with Token Ranbu. Really cool guy. He also commentated the Vanguard Zero Championships recently. To the right of Kai, behind him, like between me and Kai, is one of me and Chris's best friends called Shibuya. Like, that's his username. I don't know how to read his real name. He uses some really weird kanji, but he's really cool. You know, he plays Vanguard. Then behind Chris are the 2 guys from Gamers Dogma. You know, Dr. Premium and Pararyoji. Big love to those guys. They're carrying the Japanese Vanguard content creation scene on their backs. Love them. And then there's obviously me in a fight. So this was the multicultural photo. But then we all ended up looking at fucking different photos, and it was just a disaster. I call him Shibuya because that's his username, because I don't know how to read his name. Like, I never asked him how I read his name, and I'm not good enough at Japanese. I like, you know, he's fine calling me Shibuya, so it's fine. But yeah, that's how it is. But yeah, that's a really good photo. It captures everything I love about Worlds, because let me talk about Worlds as a tournament. Let me talk about Worlds as a tournament. For those of you who don't know, I didn't care about qualifying for Worlds when I won BCS. I cared only about the Messiah promo. So going to Worlds was like icing on it was the cherry on the cake. Like, I didn't care. And I was talking to Hal like the day before, or like a few days before, and I was like, do I play Ezel though? Like, I don't want to play Ezel. Am I late? You're a little bit late. We've been going for 3.5 hours. I'm at Worlds already. So I'm talking to Hal, I'm like, I don't want to fucking play Ezel at Worlds. Like, it's try hard. I don't want to try hard at Worlds. I just want to meme and have fun. And Kalen, who I was, like, I was in the room next to Kalen, we were like, like, I was pretty much with Kalen the entire week. And he says, I brought Tachi if you want to play Tachikaze at Worlds. I'm like, it's meme. Like, I just didn't want to play Ezel, right? And so, I like, let me think about it. So, that day, we're out buying cards. It's like, I think it's Friday afternoon, or like, it's Friday or Saturday. And I'm chilling, like, we're going buying cards, and I meet Yue, like, in the middle of a shop. And I say to Yue, yo, Yue, real quick, do I try hard tomorrow, or do I meme? And he looks at me and he goes, just fucking meme, bro. And like, if boss man says so, if that's what the boss says, that's what I'm gonna do. So I just fucking registered Tachikaze for Worlds. Did you find the Jake Messiah promo card? Yeah, kind of. So I found some places selling it, and I've asked my friend in Japan to go get it for me. So we'll see if he's successful. But yeah, I fucking registered Tachis for Worlds because I just didn't give a shit. And I literally went there going like, my only goal for today is to restand Sweeper Acrocanto. Like, I just want to say to my opponent, Sweeper attacks 69k twice. That's all I want. And I get destroyed round 1. I get destroyed round 2. I win round 3. I win round 3 because my opponent's playing Spikes. No, not Spikes. He's playing... What is he playing? He was playing DI. My opponent's playing DI, and he had no idea how to play around what my deck did. So I destroyed him then. And then I played against Spikes. And Spikes bricked hard. Like, I mean hard. Like, he went turn 1 Jelly Beans. Turn 2 Jelly Beans. During his turn 2... Sorry, well, during my turn, his turn 2... He drove check a Jelly Beans, guarded with it, G-assisted, showed a Jelly Beans off the G-assist, and then had to, like, he just chose to whiff G-assist. Just fucking chose to whiff G-assist. And then, like, fucking turn 5 or turn 6, he finally rides Juggernaut. Like, bro, that was... What a game. I played against Ryan Kai? Yes. I played against Ryan Kai. He strode Morfessa, and then couldn't get to Ritual 10. Ryan Kai failed to hit Ritual 10, and then I hit... Against Ryan Kai is when Super Acrocanto got to 69k. So I was like, attack with Sweeper, 69k. He's like, okay, PG. I go, cool. Attack with Vanguard. Skill, stand. He goes, PG. He goes, okay. I go, stand. Or, stand Acrocanto. Power to Vanguard. He goes, power Vanguard. I'm like, yeah. Watch. He goes, why? He goes, watch. Acrocanto, 69 again, and he's like, hey. I lost anyway because when you're Luard, Tachi turns aren't very hard to guard because you can just recycle PGs forever. But I got to restand 69k, and that's what matters against Ryan Kai of all people. That's what matters. But yeah, so I finished the event. I finished Swiss on a 2-4 record. I mean, 2-4 is not great, but it's not 0-6. That's it's not 0x. That's all I care about. I didn't finish on 0x. So I dropped out. I went to go get my glasses done. I went to go buy some cards. I then played a bunch of games against Gamers Dogma. I showed them how to play Vanquisher. Speaking of Vanquisher, so in Japan, Vanquisher had just come out in Japan that week in of Worlds, and Seiji had like Choos and like Phoenixes, and he was like, "Yo, if you want to play like Vanquisher in locals, I'll lend you the pieces, and you're like, you can if you buy the Vanquisher pieces, I'll buy them off you afterwards." So I was like, "Yeah, sounds good." So I borrowed Seiji's Vanquisher list, and I want to say like I was one of the first people to figure. I was one of the first people to figure out how to play that deck. Like, I discovered Voltex Shred, I discovered the promo, I discovered Bolt Capture. Like, people were still playing, whatchamacallit? People were still playing that really, the crappy grade 2 called. The one that's not Voltage Horn, the other crap one. People were still playing Zoitan, which was wrong. People were still playing GBD in Vanquisher, which was wrong. Like, look, I put in so much time, like, within that 1 week, I put so much time to Vanquisher in that 1 week. That felt really good. That was that. So that was Worlds. Nothing huge, but it was fun. I made a bunch of Japanese friends. I got to know the international community at large. What other photos were there? That's kind of it, yeah. Post-dinner Worlds with Team Brexit. This one. Oh, this is huge. Why is this photo so huge? Hello, can I make this smaller? What about this one? That'll do. That's another good photo. And again, Brexit lads. Featuring some EU. That was a good dinner. That was really fun. So yeah, that was Worlds. And Worlds is what reignited my passion for content creation. So at that point, though, because I had Hal, because I had Kalen, because I had EJ and Mohammed, I was now no longer worried about making like content on my own. Like, I knew that I had Hal to rely on, I had John to rely on. Damn, we got 0 picks. I already showed one. You missed it, bro. This is the team. I got the team Strictly Broken photo. That's it. That's the pick. What more do you want? What more do you want, Nikki? Come on. Let's be real. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, like, you joke about it, but I'm honest. Like, Yellow Card Vanguard would not still exist without Hal. Like, that's the honesty of it. That is like the honesty of it. Yeah, 100% getting more. Like, my goal for 2020, not 2021. My goal for 2022 Vanguard is to get a one-on-one photograph with every single homie. I want to get a picture of just me and one other guy with everybody I know. That's my goal for 2021. Sorry, 2022. That's what I want. Like, I just want like treasure the memories with everyone again. That's what I want. But yeah, that was Worlds. Super fun. Hanging out with everyone, like buying Weiss, spending money on dumb shit, things like that. And then we had 2020 where COVID happened. Like, we got back from Worlds. Hal and I played in some locals. We had fun. Kayla and I played Beyblade at locals. That was fun. And 2020 was the year I said, okay, Vanguard content is cool, but after sacking my way through BCS, I feel like it's not right for me to keep playing. So I want to really try hard on Weiss Schwartz. Like, I'm going to qualify for Worlds with Weiss Schwartz, but I'm still going to play Vanguard. I'm still going to make content. I'm still going to be part of the community. But I'm, like, Weiss is going to be my main game. And then that ended up not happening for obvious reasons. But then because of that gave me more time to put into Vanguard, which is great. Like, we had GBT08. I got to Max Messiah. I got to show people, like, here's tabletop stream. Like, show people, like, here's how you can do gameplay and stuff like that. It was as much any opportunity we had to, like, experience Vanguard, I took it during 2020, which was great. And what else? Anything else major happened in 2020? Not really. Like, events got cancelled. And that's pretty much it. Like, that's pretty much it. Events just got cancelled. Not much to say about that. Yeah, we went to Dark Zone when we could. We did what we could. Nathan and those lot came down. You know, the Buddy Fight guys had a meetup just before lockdown. You know, we just like the 8 of us just sat in a hotel room, had a chat, just talked about dumb shit, played cards. That was hella fun. Zazan happened. Yeah, that was as awful as Zazan was for Vanguard. I attribute part of the success of Yellow Card Vanguard to Zazan. Like, that's like one of the most viewed videos on the YouTube channel right now. You know, just different fight getting fucking OTK'd by Zazan on turn 1, on turn 2. So fucking unfortunate. But yeah, like you know, for all the ups and downs that Vanguard has had over the 10 years, I don't think anyone would agree, you know, no one would disagree that 2020 might have been one of the worst years for Vanguard. Like, you know, between COVID, between the unbalanced metagame of both standard and premium, you know, between like not having remote fights, between everything bad that happened, like, you know, I fucking made a rant video about why you should be upset with Bushiroad in 2020. Like, it was the worst year of Vanguard, and yet there were still enjoyable moments. You know, like we got to laugh as Chris got OTK, like FTK'd by Zazan. We got to be like, oh shit, Black hype, Messiah hype, the cross hype. We got Premium Collection 2. We got all this cool stuff. Like, sure, Premium Collection 2 ended up being a horribly executed, but the fact that they made, like, you know, the fact that they told us, we respect premium players, here's Premium Collection 2, was like, yes, Bushiroad acknowledges us. You know, we finally got, you know, announced Overdress, Vanguard's going to be saved in the new year. Like, there were, like, 2020 wasn't entirely a disaster. There were positive points to 2020. That's the important part here. Like, there were good parts about 2020. Like, so, you know, even though, like, it's fine to look back and be like, this was the worst year of Vanguard's history, there were still positives. That's the important takeaway here. And yeah, you know, we have 2021. You know, we have Overdress, looks positive. Mori P is, you know, getting way more involved with the foreign community. It's great to see. Like, the only way to go from here is up. Like, 2021 is a year of hope. That's the important thing. Like, 2021 is not the year that Vanguard is fixed and saved. 2021 is the year of hope. 2021 is where we look at what's happening and be like, let's give this a chance because I want Vanguard to be better. Because we all want Vanguard to be better. That's the takeaway here. That's what's important. So yeah, it's good to see. Like, there's steps forward. Not really much else to say. That's it. Yeah, I just believe in 2021. Believe in Overdress. Believe in Mori P. Believe in Vanguard. That's what's important here. And so, is that 10 memories? I think that's 10 memories. So, Tsukiyomi. Let's do decks first. Decks I played throughout the years. So, Tsukiyomi, Schwarzschild, Kagero, Yggdrasil, Gurguit, Kaiser Legion, Victor, Messiah, Chaos, Silverthorn. I never played Royals. Shadows, Diablo. What else? Shadows, what else did I play? Did I play God Paladin? I never played Genesis. I played No Kiel for a short period of time, the 12-stand No Kiel loop deck. I played that. What else did I play? Kagero and Arakami. I played Dominate at BCS. Never played. I played Tachis at Worlds. Never played Murakumo. Never played Aquaforce. Prism, Harmony, Shushu. I had Shushu. Did you touch No Kiel Geese? No, I never touched No Kiel Geese. Played Shushu. Never played Granblue. Never played any Zoo clans. I never played any Zoo clans. Unfortunate. I never played any Dark Zone clans. I never played Dark Zone clans. As much as I wanted to. Yeah, I'm still streaming Krisha. What about it? We're getting towards the end. We're getting towards the end. That's every deck I played over the years. Glendios versus Legions. Did we go through Pro Tour? Yes. Hal was like, what's the Shark story? And I told the Portugal story. Don't worry about it. I made sure to spare no detail. Everyone knows now. Everyone knows. Yeah, Chronicle when? Honestly, probably never. Like, I respect Gears and I respect Royal Paladins, but I don't think I'm ever going to want to play Gears or Royals, just because they were the main character clans, and I have a thing against main character decks. What else did I play? I think that's it. I think that's every clan. DP, I played DP, so I played every Stargate clan. Yeah, that's all the decks I played throughout the years. So memories, so 10 memories. Obviously starting in 2011, Tsukiyomi, getting all my friends into Tsukiyomi. Second memory was playing Schwarzschild at Team League. At a Team League I wasn't meant to play, and I was expecting, like, it's actually quite funny. The trend is right. I always end up playing Vanguard when I want to do other stuff, like, you know, why Schwartz event? Oh, I guess I'll just play Team League because it's there. 2017, what BCS? Oh, I'm here for the Judge tournament. I guess I'll just play Team League. 2018 BCS. I'm here to win a Persona 5 playmat for my friend. Oh, oops, top 4. Like, every time I end up playing Vanguard competitively, it's not because I want to win in Vanguard. It's for some other purpose, which is quite funny to think about. Yeah, that's that. That's the second memory. Third memory is obviously winning Cardiff 2016 with Julian and co. You know, my second ever Vanguard tournament leads to a first place win. Then 2017 was obviously getting certified. Sorry, end of 2016 was moving to Reading. Moving to Reading was a huge memory. Like, I already said a lot for those of you that watched from the beginning. Reading was such a huge part of my career. I owe so much to the Reading folks. Thank you again. So Reading's another big memory. Then 2017, getting my judge certification. You know, being a judge, like, judging means a lot to me in Vanguard. I'm very happy I'm a judge. Part 6. Part 6 was God Save the VGCS, yeah. I, you know, grassroots VGCS in the UK, you know, one of the biggest independently organized events we had. Very happy there was a success. Yellow Card Vanguard, you know, Tony's slowly getting back to Vanguard. Those of you that watch Toku's streams, you know, he's doing like that V-Series progression. He's trying to get back, you know, caught up to speed, that way he can jump back into overdress, hit the floor running. He will be making videos soon. You know, he's told me that he's back into content creation. He wants to all into Vanguard again. So it's glad to hear him. But, you know, the first year of Vanguard, the first year of Yellow Card Vanguard, I wouldn't have done without Toku. Like, you know, he made most of the thumbnails. He reviewed most of our videos. You know, he did like the advertising, like on Twitter, on Facebook, on Vanguardians that we didn't have. It was only within like the last year and a half that I took over the all the accounts and, you know, started doing it on my own. But big shout out to him, you know, for like I'm not gonna say no homo here, but I do love Tony. Like, I love Tony, a little bit of homo. Like, he is definitely one of the bros. BCS 2019, you know, finally winning a tournament on my solo tournament on my own, winning that Messiah promo that I was so desperate to get. Team Brexit, you know, is my 9th memory. And okay, now watch me name everyone. Watch me name everyone from the top of my head. So you got Hal, Halen, Pete, Matt, Mohammed, EJ, Dom, Nick, Luke, Maticus first of all, so Matt Downing, then Matt McCorner, Matt Gowland, Locke, Ray, Alex, David. Who else is there? Who else? Jamie. Did I say Luke Both? I said Luke Both. Who else is local to London? What other London locals are? I'm sure I'm missing some. Julian, Mike, Felix. There's more. I'll get there. I already said Peter. Pete Gutowski. Andrew Crawford, Milton Keynes lads. The other Jamie who sent him, I don't remember. The other multi here. Muzahir, I'm so sorry I forgot you. Yep, Muzahir. Fez. Faisal. Can't forget you guys either. Omar. Callum, yep. Sorry I forgot you. Don't worry, that doesn't make you any less important. Dan. Core. Zach. Jason. Christoph. James. I already said Alex. Who else is up there from Newcastle that I'm forgetting? Sean. Hunter. Hayden. Dan. Reading Crew. Andre. Jez. Jake. Brendan Callum. Seamus. Patrick. Josh. Stuart. Emmy. Ray, Sam, Greg, the other Matt. There's more. I'm gonna keep going. I will keep going. I think that's it for Brexit, actually. Alright, buddy fight people, Christian, Fusion, Luke, Joseph, Ben, Nathan, Rob. I'm missing one more for buddy fight, aren't I? Is that it for buddy fight? I think that's it for buddy fight. I said Luke. Who else is in UK that I need to shout out? I already shouted out Dom, Nick, Who else? Jason, Scottish lads. Jason, Paul, Sam, David, Scottish lads. I can't forget the Scottish lads. Then I think that's it. I already said Adam. I'm pretty sure I said Adam. Oh, Adam's part of Scottish here. So Adam, Lynn. Well, Lynn's not Brexit. Group. I already said Rob. Kieran, yes! Oh, Kieran. Oh, man, I hope Kieran's doing alright. I haven't heard from Kieran in so long. Who else? Naeem? Almost forgot Naeem. Naeem's relevant. Andrew Hesford? Fuck, Andrew Hesford. Who else? Manchester Crew? Am I thinking anything else from Manchester Crew? Christoph? Yeah? Fuck, who else? I think that's it. I mentioned Kaylin just after you. Calm down. Lammy? I don't really know Lammy, actually. We never really chatted to Lammy. Yeah, so that's Team Brexit. Like, that's definitely a top 10 memory. I see that, Echo. I'll get to that later. Let's finish this. And then, so that's memory 9. And then memory 9B is Euro Boys. So like Jay, Lubo, Chris, Maxime, Lynn, Alan, Theo, Pierre, Michael, even though he's a Brit, he's part of the EU boys because he lives in Europe. Who else? JJ. Who else? Joseph. The Spanish guys. Tiago. Sarah. Eduardo. Ashley. Belgian guy. Who else is from Belgium? Brandon. Who else is Euro that I know for Vanguard? Victor. Darway. Nelson. There's more. I know there's more. One of the Swedish players I know. Surname I don't remember. Jasper. But this is what I mean, right? It's such a cliched line, but it really is the friends and connections we made along the way. Andreas, I've never met you, unfortunately. Like, I'm talking to people that I've literally met in person that you have had like meaningful like conversations and friendships with. dude, Andreas, just qualify for like, just come to BCS next year. I'll know you then. I'll know you. Like, come to Weiss, come to BCS next year. Fix it. Fix the fact that I don't know you. Yeah, and then Memory 10. Right, like I said, we're gonna go full homo now. This is gonna be like full homo. The two names I have to shout out particular for Memory 10 has to be Chris and Tony. Fucking like Chris and Tony made it so that Vanguard went from a hobby to a way of life. So we'll start with Tony. I wish I had a photo of Tony to put up, so I'm just gonna show you the Yellow Card YouTube channel. Like, the way Tony and I made this YouTube channel is like a fucking, like, almost like a fairy tale story, right? Because I'd known Tony from Weiss for a while, but we weren't part of the same friend group. Like we were just, we were in the same servers, but like Tony had his group and I had my group. But like every now and again we talked a bunch of mad shit, we shout at each other here and there. And then one day I had the idea of making a YouTube content. And I knew that Tony played Vanguard and Weiss, and I chatted to him saying like, hey, are you interested, like we were barely friends. I messaged him saying like, hey, are you interested like doing YouTube for Vanguard? He's like, yeah man, I am. Like, I was thinking of the exact same thing. Do you want to work together? He's like, hell yeah. And we just clicked. We made the channel. We had fucking, what is it? Come on. We got up to starting with 1k views, 8k views on the winning champ Victor, 12k views on the Messiah video. And now I'm barely breaking 200, feels bad. I'm barely breaking 1,000, feels bad, man. But, like, those times it was just Tony and I were just like bouncing ideas off each other, like saying, like, what if we do this? What if we do that? What if you make this? What if I make this? It was so great. Like, this was peak Yellow Card Vanguard, bro. This was fucking peak Yellow Card Vanguard. And like, it was like I said, I owe the Reddit community. They were the reason I wanted to make YouTube content at all, but I wouldn't have gotten very far without Tony. Like, he went from nothing to like, this is it. This is what I bring to the Vanguard community. This is my place. This is what I can do. I fucking loved it so much. So, thank you to Tony. Thank you for being gay. Thank you for being one of my best friends. Thank you for making this with me. Thank you for coming back. I cannot wait for you to come back. I cannot wait for us to go back. Like, I can't wait for us to go back to 1k views average, not 1k views peak. That's what I want. That's what I want. And then the second name, the gayest, biggest love of all, has to be Chris, obviously. Has to be Chris. So let me put this photo back up. Why is it rotated? Hello? It's upside down. Give me a second. Okay, it's just fucking rotated. Is it better now? Holy shit, it's so huge. Oh my god, it's so huge. So fucking huge. Alright, there's one. Let me put on a second. So copy, paste duplicate, change this image, and it's fucking rotated, so I need to transform. And there's one more. We have one more. We have one more. We have one more. Oh, come on. Why doesn't this photo want to load? Edit with... Yep, come on. Why doesn't this picture load? Please load. Yes, there we go. So, like I said, I first interacted with Chris online because, getting into Vanguard, like, so remember how I said, like, early 2016 was when me, Mike, and Julian decided to, like, try hard for Vanguard. So as part of that, I went out and consumed every piece of Vanguard media I could. And of course, at the time, YouTube, Chris was doing YouTube. He was pretty big. He wasn't huge, but he was pretty big. He was well known. And I knew that he liked DP, like Dimension Police. So May comes around. I buy my case of GBT07. I'm cracking my case of GBT07. I'm looking for my SPR Defeat Flare. I'm looking for my Blade Master Titans. We're getting what we need. And the first SPI pull, the first SPI open, and it's also the first ever SPI opened ever in Vanguard. Like, because up until that point, I'd just been like, buying 1 or 2 boxes, no SPs, buying what I needed. The first ever Vanguard SP in my life was Superhero X Gallop. The first Gallop Grade 4 Stride. I was like, shit, it's Dimension Police. This different fight guy, he loves Dimension Police. Let me sell it to this guy for cheap. I messaged him on Twitter saying like, hey man, I opened this, are you interested? He's like, yeah, what's your price? I'm like, card market as was like 24 euros, I'll give you 20 euros shipped all in. He's like, yeah, awesome. So yeah, I sold him that X Gallop for 20 euros. And then a few months later, I ended up winning, me and Julian ended up winning BCS. And so he did the video saying like, oh yeah, like this team, they won BCS Cardiff with Kagero, Megacolony, and Ripples, like really, really rogue picks, but they somehow won, which shows they caught the meta off guard. I was like, damn, he gave me like he gave me like that what is it? He praised me for like catching the meta off guard. So I joined Discord. We started chatting on Discord. I started giving advice to people like in different fights Vanguard. At that point I wasn't a mod yet. I just joined as like a regular fan, like a regular viewer, like a regular passerby. But I was telling people like, yeah, no, this card's good, this card's bad, you should do this, you should play like this, give people advice. And we were chatting about anime, we were chatting about like random video games, like just generic like cool shit. Just bonding over stuff. And like there was one point where I don't remember who said it, but someone was like they were talking about me in the mod channel, and they were saying like, wow, this Zistru guy, he's kind of a prick, but he's not wrong. I'm like, that's how I want to live my life. That's how I want to live my life. And then we started chatting more. 2017 rolls around. Yeah, 2017 rolls around. BCS Belgium. There's that what is it? There's that clip that was on, I don't know who it was, on Solemn's channel or was it on Chris's channel? It's like, where Solemn's like, oh my god, are you different fight? Like, oh my god, are you yellow card man? I'm like, oh my god, are you Solemn? Like, the YouTuber circle jerk. That was like one of the first times we met in person. It was super cool. That was like, I think that was 2017, early 2017. Then, later on in 2017, later on in 2017, Chris was hosting the Different Fight Unlimited Championship. He was doing his VGCS in 2017, and he was like, you're the best judge I know. I need a judge for this. Can you come help me run this? I was like, hell yeah. So like, without even thinking about it, like the moment he said that, I went out and immediately bought a plane ticket to Belgium. I was like, I'm coming out, like, give me the date. I'm buying my plane ticket. We stayed at his house. We chilled. We recorded some videos. We just played a bunch. We just hung out. It was cool. We run the event. It was very cool. Darway came by. I think that's when we did Olympics 2. Like, that's when I was in Olympics 2. It was either that or 2018 was fun. Like, either way, Olympics was filmed. It was fun. 2017 BCS was, as I mentioned, we met at events. Stuff like that happened. 2018, we split the case of clan selection of Galaxy Stargate. You know, like, he finally started getting into Messiah, I finally started getting into Dimension Police, we both went into Nova Grappler. Clan selection was just like the greatest split for us in like ever. There was so much value from clan selection there, so much value. Real happy with how things turned out. Just went from there. And then end of 2018. Then after that in 2018, he came over for God Save the VCS. You know, he helped us run that. That was really cool. He stayed over for that. End of 2018, he came for BCS. We hung out a bunch there. 2019, Springfest, he traveled a bit. You know, we saw each other here and there, but at that point, I was super busy running events. But like, you know, by 2019, like the bromance was established. 2019, like, you know, I could go an entire event. Like, you know, we could have both been at BCS France, and we would never have seen each other all day. But you know, that didn't matter because at that point, it was established. So that was that. 2019, you know, like, he was sitting there filming me, like, you know, this fucking picture. Wait, let me replace this one. Let me place this one, the Darway Pizza one real quick. Right? This fucking photo, Chris took this photo. He's the one that took this photo. He's the one that's like fucking gassing and like, oh my god, bro, you finally did it. You won BCS. I can't believe it. You get to come to Japan with us. Like, he was like, I was just happy to have won the Harmonix Messiah, but he made it more like he was like, you won BCS, like this is your victory. Like that was everything we wanted. And then Worlds. Let me tell you about Worlds, right? Let me replace this picture now. Nope, this one. Let me replace this picture with this one. Right? This is another very cool photo. So this was taken the day, like, the night of World. So, you know, everyone at World just gone to the big dinner. Like, literally everyone was there. All of WCC was there. All of Strictly Broken was there. Like, we had, like, 30-odd people in a group in that photo. Oh, sorry, in that restaurant. Fucking 30-plus Vanguard players in that restaurant just eating fries and drinking beer, just having fun. So that night, he and I are walking back to the hotel. And, you know, like, everyone else was, like, going to the arcade. Everyone went to, like, you know, ICE Hotel to hang out with WCC. You know, they were, like, doing other stuff. Some people went to karaoke. Some people went clubbing. So Chris and I walked back to the hotel, just the two of us. And, like, I don't know, for those of you who have been to Japan, you'll know that 11 p.m. at night in Japan is dead fucking quiet. Like, especially when you're walking through the residential groups. Oh yeah, Pete brings up a good image, that photo. Let me get that photo up. We want this one, which is upside down, so transform 3 degrees. BCS 19 Primo. This is the real Ginyu Force photo. But Andre, why weren't you in this, Andre? Why weren't you in this, Andre? Oh, because you had to go early, right? I forgot. Right, Daniel had to go early. I forgot about that. Yeah, shit. Oh, I wish Daniel was in. God, I wish Andre was in this. Yeah, damn it. But yeah, so anyway, like I was saying, Chris and I were walking back to the hotel from the venue, and you know, we were walking through like residential district, like, you know, people's houses. So it was dead fucking silent. Like, streets were empty, no lights were on. He and I were just like walking back to the hotel, and we were just talking shit. And we get to the hotel. And it's like, you know, it's like midnight at this point. We were walking for like half an hour. And we just sit outside the hotel and we just chat. Like, you know, like, I'm so glad Worlds went well. You know, like, this was so much fun. You know, it's like the past year's been really cool. And we were just talking like about so much random shit. Like, you know, like, he was saying like, I'm so like upset I didn't get to play more this year. You know, it would have been nice to like qualify maybe, stuff like that. You know, I said like, you know, I wish, you know, like, I wish I could come judge Worlds next year, stuff like that. Like, we just sat there, like, literally, we were both sat, I shit you not, we just sat on the roadside, like, on the pavement of a road, in front of some random house in Japan, next to some kids' park, just talking about things, and, like, those 2 hours were, like, you know, like this is what a bro is. Like, you know, you just spend time together, you just value time together. Like, you just love having that person's company. That's what it is, you know? And like, and even now, like, even with lockdown, even though there's been no events, every week, every month, like, you know, sometimes it'll be 2 weeks, sometimes it'll be 3 months, sometimes we do it twice a week, but every now and again, we just chat on Discord for like hours at a time, just talking about life, talking about things, just enjoying each other's company and support. And like, it's why, like, you know, I'm not exaggerating when I say that he's literally like now one of my best friends. Like, I probably can't imagine my life without him. And I mean that in the most homo way possible, because it's true. Like, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I would easily have quit Vanguard 2 or 3 times over if it wasn't for him. If it wasn't for this man. And the fact that I can still be part of the Vanguard community, the fact that he can still be here, the fact that I can still call him my best friend, that's what's most valuable of all. And I'll be honest, I've hated this game more than I've loved it, you know. Like, when SGD Blasters was ruining the game, that was like, I hated playing against Blasters, because they wouldn't let you play the game. When 7 Seas was ruining the game, when Time Leap was getting support every other fucking booster, like, I'm sitting there playing Link Joker and Kagero, who have since been creeped out of the meta and are borderline unplayable now. Like, you know, no shit I didn't enjoy Vanguard back then. But I still played. You know, when the reboot came out and Vanguard was like almost going to die and there was a 2-deck format and every other new deck was nothing but a hollow shell of its former G self, and everyone was like, this isn't the Narukami I know and love. This isn't the Neo Nectar I know and love. This isn't the Nova Grappler I know and love. You know, we stuck it out together. Like, sure, some people quit, but we still play the game. And at the end of the day, Vanguard's bounced back and it's proved us wrong time and time again. But we only stay in the game and bounce back because of the people we're around. Like, you know, Hal's getting towards the crisp right now. Like, you know, I can probably imagine, like, you know, no, I probably can't imagine without Hal, but, you know, Hal's getting there, you know, Hal's getting there, Kalen's getting there, John's getting there, fucking hell, like, you know, like, I can't imagine, like, you know, some person comes out and says some dumb hot shit take on Vanguardians. Like, I'm immediately gonna go to John and be like, have you seen this post? What a fucking retard. And I know he's gonna agree with me, and like, you know, I can't imagine not having that anymore. So, yeah. You know, I don't love I love Vanguard. I love and hate it. I don't love it as a game. I love Weiss as a game. I love Magic as a game. I love Wicross as a game. I love Vanguard as a hobby and as a way of life because I love the people more than the game, and the people make me love the game. That's it. That's it. I'm done. No more. We're finished. We are finished. Oops, I don't want to actually watch that video. Like, yeah, you know, Chris, Tony, Julian, Hal, John. Like, it's so unfair to rank you guys. Like, you have no idea how hard it is for me to go, like, Chris, then, you know, then Julian, then Tony, then Hal, then John. Like, it takes, like, getting that ranking was harder than anything else I've ever done. Because you know, each one of them has done something different and special in their own unique way. Like, I wouldn't have started playing without Julian. I wouldn't still be playing without Chris. I wouldn't be making content without Tony. I wouldn't still be making content without Hal. It's... oh. Hey, Splashy, welcome back. Here's the second month. There it is. How you doing? Yeah, Seven Sins, yeah. Callum just announced that. I saw it as well. I'm not into Seven Deadly Sins. I never watched that show, so I have no comments. But if it gets more people into Weiss, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. It's fine. I don't mind. Like, I'm not a fan of Mob Psycho either. I'm not a fan of Batman Ninja. But it got people playing Weiss Schwartz. That's what I want. Like, Weiss Schwartz just doesn't have enough people playing the game. I want more people playing Weiss Schwartz. That's what it is. Andreas, thank you for the sub, my friend. I'm glad the tears and the emotion we're good for something. Love teaching me Weiss? Yeah, hell yeah. Like, dude, I'll tell you what, Echo, if you're free this evening, I'm playing my losers bracket game of the Weiss Schwartz UK Open like this evening. I'll message, like, if you're free this evening, any point after like 6 or 7, I'll message you as soon as I'm done, and then while I have my camera open, we can just run some sets. I'm down. And it won't be on stream because my opponent doesn't want to be on stream, so full privacy of doing stupid plays and making mistakes with no one to judge you. But yeah. Gotta try it? It's fine. I'll play something in English and I'll play something bad. I have a bad English deck. Don't you worry. Alright, look. Before we end the stream, I owe Echo one of these. Actually, before I do this, let me make my public statement to the Vanguard community. So anyone watching, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Please clip this and please share it everywhere, like Facebook, Twitter, your friend circles, Vanguardians. Like, even if you think someone's already seen it, please share what I'm about to say with them. Because this is my final message to this is my 10-year message to the Vanguard community. Vanguard's an awful game. Vanguard's an awful, awful game, and the people that play it are awful. But what matters is that we're awful together. And I know that I'm awful as well. But I'm trying to get you to be less awful. So no matter what I say, no matter what I do, no matter what content I make, thanks for watching, thanks for thinking about it. Even if you disagree with me, thank you for telling me you disagree with me. And here's hoping we can spend many, many more years being awful together, and hopefully this game ends up becoming a little bit less awful and just a little bit better. That way we can all enjoy it. So thank you very much, and here's to many more years. Anyway, I think it's only fair that we use this card. Turn it on. Which way does it go? It goes in this way. Oh wait, nope. Let me pause this and switch microphones so you can hear it properly. That's the important part. There we go. Now you can hear this. Why doesn't it hit the thing? I keep fudging it. Why do I keep fumbling this at this moment? Am I doing it wrong? Finally. Wait, what? What? It's supposed to make more noise than that. It's supposed to make more noise. What the hell? Let me try this again. Right. There it is. Okay. Also, Matthew, thank you for the follow. Alright, that's it. I'm gonna put this away now. Wonka CSM, yep. Spend $200 for something that doesn't even work right half the time. That's the part you're supposed to clip. Alright, let's end it on the original G theme. Alright, so here's to a bright future for Vanguard, hopefully. I can't wait to crash into it head first with all of you. Alright, who's streaming? Who's streaming? Who are we raiding? What's going on? Hit us up. What have we got going on here? Vision? Yeah, sounds good. We'll go to Vision. Yo, Pete! With the Prime. There it is! Twitch Prime coming in. Thank you, buddy. When am I seeing you next, Pete? Don't tell me it's the next BCS or the next event. Get yourself down out of Newcastle at some point. I'll come up to Newcastle at some point and kick your ass myself. Vision doing their tourney? Alright, sounds good. Oh, I see JJ is casting it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alright, so that's gonna be it for me. Thank you everyone for this 4.5 hours of nostalgia session. Running through old decks, tournament wins, people I've played with together. Thank you for watching me cry on stream and crying with me. Send you over to Vision now. You get to have fun watching that tournament. What are we doing on Wednesday? Either Shadowverse, or I'm going to play some Pokemon Platinum in preparation for the DP remakes. I don't want to play Overdress until we have the booster reveals, so wait for that. But I'll definitely be doing something on Wednesday. Or if you want, we can just like jam dumb premium shit with the boys. We will see. We will see. But again, thank you everyone for coming in. Thanks for all the subs. Echo putting 6 people on his back coming in. All the follows coming through. Everyone watching. We will have something on Sunday, so I will see you all then. Have a lovely afternoon. Take care, all the best, and I'll see you very soon. Bye bye.